Episode 123. There's not much room in Bebas. On the 25th of Achiel, the party splits, with most members venturing into the mystic mycelial marketplace while the warlock and wizards stay behind. Before departing, the artificer disperses community funds throughout the group, while the synergist bestows the blade dancer with a special coin, allowing her to pass along a message should any trouble arise. Once inside the fungal forum, the kebab-crazed flautist follows his nose to a vendor selling his favorite savory snack. After some awkward exchanges with the merchant and fellow patrons, the bard receives a bounty of skewered meats and mushrooms. As others in the party continue to explore the market, they witness new doorways opening here and there, admitting a varied assortment of shoppers originating in locations far from Bebas, suggesting that the Ankylo line has expanded exponentially. The Tinkerer spies a volatile weapons merchant and begins assessing their wares. The Rift Rider feels drawn to the energetic weaponry, while the Gnome is intrigued by an ancient arcane cannon. After some extensive haggling, a deal is struck for the cannon and a radiantly charged bow. The Dwarven Forge Master then smells the smelting of something strange wafting from the second story. Upon investigation, the group finds a familiar half-orc dealing molten metals to denizens of the market. Grogug, family friend of the Firebeards, is hailed by the Red Flame and admits to selling off the party's hard-earned and entrusted supply of adamantine. In the same breath, he also assures the gang that they will receive their due proceeds from his dealings, as he retrieves a sack of coin and presents it to the apostate. The half-orc further explains that a volume of the precious metal had to be donated to the Triumvirate in compensation for the loaning of one of their master smiths with the knowledge necessary to work the rare material. The party's resident craftsmen then begin making machinations for magical armor, along with any other items that could be made from the remaining metal. Still inside the mycelial marketplace, the now satiated bard locates a boudcave vendor of esoteric instruments and begins pursuing the items therein. The musician displays the fruits of his mind-melding escapades by demonstrating his knowledge of the boudcave culture and their greetings. Eventually, deciding that the multi-tonal tambourine would best please his deity, the Red Flame acolyte trades his masterwork flute for the instrument, as well as a quick lesson in its usage. The rest of the shopping party continues hunting for items that may assist in their adventures. Using a combination of party and personal funds, the group purchases an assortment of magical trinkets and artifacts, including a doorknob, a gun stock, gossamer fabric, and a sword bearing a cube of meat. After completing their transactions, the group departs to find the rest of their companions. Meanwhile, the Eldritch Bugbear and Mahitan Mage procure some simple spell components before seeking out Bebas's places of knowledge. Finding an old stone building filled with archaic scrolls, the duo begins their research. The Dreamweaver comes up empty, while the Bookworm Wizard notices an entire section is missing from the library's catalog. An engraving on the wall indicates where the section should be, prompting the pair to investigate further. An odd brick is found and pressed, opening a passageway to stairs spiraling down through depth and darkness. After a long descent, the duo find a large chamber filled with books, scrolls, trinkets, and something worrying, a spiked ceiling looming over their heads. Arcane attempts to acquire the artifacts without triggering the obvious trap have the opposite effect. The bugbear becomes manacled against a wall while a magical darkness overwhelms the chamber, blinding the Mahitan. Two fires ignite on opposite sides across the room, illuminating squat, smiling, three-handed statues to the devil-sighted warlock. The statues each hold an unrolled scroll in two hands while the third arm extends forward, palm out. One statue begins to glow blue, while the other glows pink as seemingly random tiles begin to glow in kind across the floor. Attempts are made to navigate the wizard across the chamber while avoiding the illuminated tiles, but in the process, blue tiles are triggered, causing injury to both party members. Conclusions are made that a change in tactic is required. The dream-weaving warlock teleports himself beside the blue squat statue and snatches its scroll, causing all of the blue tiles to cease glowing. Now, knowing what must be done, the wizard is guided to the pink statue, and she similarly snatches the scroll, ending the darkness and revealing the bounty of books before the bibliobuddies. The warlock walks away with an old inkwell from the shelves, while the wizard finds a trove of tomes relevant to the party's interests, but can't shake the feeling that the scrolls and some of the writings were left by someone close to her. Or perhaps close to her sister. After reuniting with their bardic comrade, the shopping contingent of the party begins their return to the Ankh-Mut abode, while the Keeper of the Red Flame gifts the newly acquired kebab sword to his disciple. Soon after, the Archive Delvers rejoin the party, and begin an exchange of information and artifacts with the group. Scrolls and magical items are identified before plans are made to go out for the evening and paint the town red as good time shenanigans are had by all. By morning of the 26th of Achiel, several members of the party feeling the aftermaths of their evening, requiring some magical restorations to get everybody back to an even keel. As the wizard makes clear that her intentions for the day are to start the arduous task of copying the new plethora of scrolls at her disposal, it is noticed that one party member is MIA. The group finds a poorly written note stating that the resident arcane fiend is off on a hunt to score, that he will return shortly, and not to fret about his whereabouts.
Hello all and welcome. I'm your not so humble Game Master TJ, and this is Dice of Ages presenting CrestVahllen, the Argent Flame Forged in Chaos. We already did the recap, so we're just going to go right into it. Guys, it is the morning of the 26th of Achiel. You guys have woken up. You found the note of... I'll fix that in a second.
You're shiny.
Wow.
You're so shiny.
This is what happens. He sparkles.
This is what happens when you go out into the sunlight for the first time. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Are you burning?
Gotta cover up my 5 head.
There you go.
Yay!
Sorry about that. And you guys saw the note on the door about Log. It's a stick figure note. Kind of looks like Log. It says, we'll be back, going to get Arcane. Don't worry about it. You wake up, the fire is still burning within the Ankh-Mut abode. It appears to be ever burning, or at least kept stoked. It's like a nice clay limestone kiln that they keep, kind of like a brick oven pizza sort of that they keep pretty warm. You can smell the smoke wafting in the morning. It's that nice wood smoke smell. The whole house is filled with it. You also smell the hint of coffee, brewing coffee this morning, as it looks like Papa Micah has gone into your reserves of coffee and started to make coffee for everybody. He hopes you don't mind.
Interesting that he got it out of the bag of holding.
I thought you left some out because you made some the previous morning.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. Argus is pretty meticulous about his coffee.
It's a
Maybe
tool.
he has his own coffee.
Well,
true.
I'm gonna say this. It's a tool. It probably went back in its exact spot.
It's true. He also probably saw me take it out of there, so he it's in the bag.
He probably has some of his own. Probably not very much. He's keep holding it for.
Or-
probably was holding it for a very important occasion, but his daughter
daughter
was
being
back.
home?
Yeah, that's an important
And they're
occasion.
alive, so
It's a pretty important clue.
good of occasion as any.
Yep.
But yeah, you guys wake up this morning on the 26th. Trisheni says, I will be here most of the day. I have a lot of work to do. I have to copy a lot of really good spells into my spell book. So I'll be my head down, spending time with my fathers.
Do you need an enhanced ability?
That would be great. It will only last for an hour though, yeah?
Yeah.
So
you
unfortunately,
could do
all
your
of the spells I
research.
have. Oh, I could use it for the research. Yes, yes. All the other spells I have take more than an hour to copy. So
Yeah, but the initial part of understanding them before you copy them is...
yes, that could be helpful. For looking through the scrolls that I found from the restricted section of the library that I stole. I have my library card. I'll bring them back, but I did steal them.
Nah, nah,
Not
nah, nah.
stealing.
La 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 la.
It's not stealing. It's borrowing for later.
He's got the idea.
Borrowing
that?
with intent to never return.
This house smells weird.
Why?
He's
The
made
same
us coffee
I smell
before.
constantly. I make coffee.
Coffee and wood smoke.
It's probably the wood smoke thing. And the BO. It smells a little bit like wet dog. You know, the combination of everything.
You've been around
Have
log
you
for a
not,
while.
like, literally north end?
I guess I just never noticed.
Okay.
I'm gonna go outside.
Was your
I guess we
sniffer
haven't
on
really
the
had
fritz?
much wood recently.
Yeah, wood is in is a tight commodity here
Yeah.
because I mean you have palm trees and you
Have
have
you
other
ever
types
smelt
of
wood before? Smelt?
smelt.
Are you still drunk?
You have palm trees and you have other desert foliage, but like real like carnivorous or deciduous wood is like hard to come by. Like there's no gymnosperms out here. Like so there's no pine trees. So a lot of like the wood that would be used for burning or for a forge or coal and stuff like that is probably imported and
Cost a pretty penny.
costs a pretty penny, especially since the import travel of the tunnel has been cut off.
Like I said, smells funny. I'm gonna go outside.
Speaking of which,
Okay.
the barricade, the quarantine barricade, blockade that's
Yeah.
in the tunnel is probably still active because news of this hasn't traveled that quickly. It's only been a day, and you know they would probably want people to verify certain things.
It probably takes more than a day to get down that path anyway.
Yeah,
I mean,
It would, yeah.
they probably have some magic at their disposal. This is
Back-
the triumvirate.
back when we
Like,
first left there, it took us
Oh,
more
yes.
than a day just to reach the exit that we left through.
Right. You did notice there were like traders camping out there, being like, we don't have nowhere else to be except to wait here because this is our livelihood.
And we do know that one of the Ermgrim's people was guiding us in the tunnel, so
Mm-hmm.
the rebellion.
Ermgrims
people.
or
The rebellion.
right.
Yeah, Ermgrim.
Took over.
He took over.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the de facto ruler of Babas at the moment. Which for him, the power trip is insane. He's probably really enjoying it. But you know, there's a lot of other minutia about ruling something that is heavy as the head that wears the crown.
He also was planning on that in his own world.
Well, he was a ruler in his own
So-
world before he was captured.
He was a prince.
Right. So he's made for this, but not in necessarily the way he
He's
did
great
it.
at delegating too, apparently. Seeing as he's had platoons and forces, and he was able to siege and overtake this despite the zealots.
Maybe. Sometimes a top-down one works for a while. until too much control is exercised.
Yeah. Only time will tell.
So what's it like outside the house?
The sun is shining bright. It's hot. It's not. It's as hot as it could be. It's not summer. It's quickly turning from autumn into winter here in the northern hemisphere. The continent of CrestVahllen is 3/4 set in the northern hemisphere, and the bottom quarter is in the southern hemisphere. So most of it is follows the calendar of how what is it, 26th of Achiel?
Hylock.
Hylock or
No, Achiel.
Achiel.
I have it
So
written down.
Achiel moves from autumn into winter, and so winter is almost in full swing. So it's not as hot as it could be. You see the morning sun is not on the horizon, is not moving up as much as it would be, kind of creating this kind of lazy parabola along the horizon.
So we're gonna go north in the winter.
It's gonna be cold.
It's gonna be like a chill 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
Probably right now it's like 85, 90 degrees out here in the desert. This morning it's probably much cooler. And in the winter in the desert it gets very cold.
Mm-hmm.
So the air right now is very cool, but the sun is insanely strong out here.
And the winter in the desert is the one time where you can actually travel during the day in the desert and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So like I think the highest it's gonna get out here is like 85, maybe 90 if like the UV index is like extremely high. But it's gonna be decently comfortable where you won't have to worry about water as much, which it was before. That's the only reason why you were able to actually trek above without constantly being absolutely destroyed by the sun's rays. None of you suffered from, I don't think any of you suffered from like sunburn and anything like that. But you can get sunburn in the winter in the desert.
Can I get sunburned?
Can you get sunburn?
In this form.
Can Argus get sunburned?
It's like radiant damage.
Oh, it's true. He's got you there.
So, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. You probably just look more like the golden dwarves that are here.
Just curious.
So Meklo's gonna find a nice quiet place, even if it's not like within the house or around the house that he was at. He's just gonna wander around until he finds a quiet place, maybe a little bit of shade. And
There's a small, like, camel stable that's as an annex to the house, where they have one camel whose name is Jorge.
Well, since Mekl is probably a little bit unsure about large things like that,
Sure.
he goes someplace else that's quieter, that doesn't
You
have
can go behind the stable, behind the house, in one of the alleys between the house and.
Sure, I'll go in one of the alleys and start
Unless you
practicing.
do you want to be near this, or are you like going off into the town?
I'm just going off I'm just looking for a nice, quiet place
In the shade or in the sun?
in the shade.
In the shade. There's if you want to go like to the local watering hole, there's some spots where the palm trees like collect, and there's some pieces like there's spots of shade all around. A lot of people have their wares out on blankets and nice tapestries, and there's one of them that hasn't been taken yet.
All right, I'll go sit down or I guess stand up and
It's up to you.
practice playing the tambourine.
It's actually the perfect space for you to do something like that because people just consider you a street performer.
Okay.
You might be making kebab money, man.
So like
I-
you're blending in as though like you're invisible because you're blending in because you're hiding in plain sight.
Totally on purpose.
Yeah.
So
Michael totally understands.
Mekl doesn't have that much.
no,
thought
he
for
just
that.
a spot where I can go sit and
Yeah.
so I'll set my pack down and at my feet and just start playing.
Yeah, okay, cool. You're getting the hang of like doing the two tones and the multi-tones of the tambourine, and like you start to do where you like you add oil and moisture to your finger and are able to like rub the drum to create that second tone.
Should I make a performance check on my
Yeah.
plus
you
one
can.
tambourine?
Sure.
right, so that is going to be a 27.
27. People flip a couple coins. You gain 7 silver.
You guys drop something.
They're like, "Oh, very good play. Enjoy."
Okay.
People start to think like flip copper and silver on your little area that you have there.
Okay.
People think you're busking. And
Yeah, I know what people think.
You're
Matt
performing
knows.
very well.
Meckel doesn't have any
Meckel
clue.
probably doesn't understand, but they're enjoying your music. Sometimes a little crowd comes by and just watches you.
Okay. I'll try to ignore them and continue on.
The best bard in the world. The bard that's afraid of crowds.
Not afraid of crowds. I just
Don't
doesn't
understand them.
I don't understand them or whatever they're keep dropping.
It's your first-
Very clumsy people in this region of the world.
Bard is his first time busking.
Z, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Where are we going first?
As you sip in your coffee.
What was our breastplate? Was our top priority.
We have
Scry necklaces.
my stuff and my soul hammer too.
Yes.
And weren't we wanting to do something with the monocle set? It pulled out something to help us see things.
Yes. But we don't need the adamantium for that.
No.
Don't say anything to you.
If we are going north and traveling by day, though, we may
But
want to
I'm
get
about
something to
make
help protect our vision, though. It's just like being in the snow during the winter, and you've heard of snow blindness. There is a thing such as sand blindness too.
But aren't we just gonna teleport there?
That's if we can. Yes, we have a way to do that right now. That doesn't mean that's actually going to work.
You have Cole's journal, which is a piece of someone who's from that place, which would be a good focus for the spell
Yeah.
teleport.
I thought Trisheni had a teleport destination code.
A transportation circle?
Yeah.
I don't, she may, I don't recall.
I think she might. I can't swear to it right now. I think she might though.
Either way, you have a good lead on a way to, if you wanted to magically appear there, you
Yeah.
could.
Yes.
She might have had one to the very north, like that northern town of rich people is what she might have had.
Either way, it's gonna be faster if we get there magically than to deal with the sand.
Yeah, it could
mean,
take weeks or months to trek the mob. Probably
Even though
months.
I'm sorry to say this, with us going there in the winter, we still need to keep an eye out for our eyes once we're there, though, too.
Yeah. There are, for you, somebody who's traveled to many different biomes over many different realities, this is not something that's new to you. For Trisheni, this is not something that's new to her. For the rest of you, it's probably new. Is like snowblind or sandblind goggles, the ones that just have little slits, and that way you're able to, if there is some type of sandstorm or snowstorm, or there's just intense brightness because the sun reflects off of the snow to be just white out, it helps to be able to see. There is stuff available like that in the mundane bazaar around here in Marketplace. Doesn't necessarily have to be within Anki Alliance
Yeah.
warehouse. You guys want to outfit yourselves? Winter desert wear is not too different from northern winter wear, except they don't have as many animal pelts, and the temperature, even though the temperature during the winter in the desert at night gets very, very cold, it's nothing compared to Arctic.
No, but it's still a relative thing. Just knowing my family who lives like in very hot areas, and then they come to Colorado in the summer and they're wearing sweaters.
Yeah. It's close,
Yeah.
but you're not gonna find like bear pelts here. You're not gonna find
Like, we're gonna have to
big
get
heaps of
outfitted when
things
we
that
go.
like of actual animal hides that are going to keep you warm in sub-zero temperatures.
Could like mock up some heavy cloaks, but out of like thick material.
I think it's not smart for us to buy that stuff here.
Yeah.
It's better to buy it if you go to
The
the
goggles might
they
be
sell
about
it.
the only thing that we would need to outfit here.
You could limp along with the stuff that you buy here, which is much better than the stuff you have right now. You for winter desert wear to maybe last you a day or two in the very cold before you probably need some more, like, unless you find someone who's like a tailor here that has good imports.
It'd be way more expensive to buy it here than to
It
go
would be
somewhere else.
very expensive to buy here.
Since we're gonna go there anyway.
Yep.
So Michael will play for about an hour
Okay.
and then get annoyed with all the people dropping stuff around him. So pick up his stuff and try to go into the city a little bit more or whatever, and kind of follow where, if there's like a large group of people over there, he'll go that way down a street until he
Okay.
finds another place that's shaded and doesn't
Okay.
seem to be as many people.
You go ahead and roll a survival check for me.
You're gonna get jumped.
That would be funny. Survival 3.
3. You find yourself in a very seedy part of town.
Mecca wouldn't know that.
Meckel's gonna
wouldn't-
cause a scene and transform. I
There
have a
are
feeling.
like rats that cross the street. There are people that like have daggers out, picking their nails. That just kind of like watch you and eye you as you walk by. That are like missing parts of their anatomy, whether it be like an eye or an ear or some teeth.
Again, Meckel doesn't
Meckel,
phase.
this is me just telling you. What
Oh, okay,
happens.
okay.
Meckel might not be aware, but this is me setting the scene and painting the picture for you.
Fair enough.
So you find yourself in that part of town. You go down an alley. Eventually, you find yourself in a dead end down an alley, and you get that like kind of like chill up your spine, where you're just like, and Meckel probably ignores it, but you're like, oh, this is a perfect place to. Meckel
Yeah,
is
I mean,
probably
if
like,
there's
this is a perfect
nobody
place to
here-
be- yeah, well, there's that you can see.
Right. Yeah, then if is it comfortably shaded at least?
Oh yes, very much so.
Oh, then I'll put back down my pack, and actually I'll put the pack behind me, because that way people hopefully won't trip over it or drop more stuff in it, and I'll start practicing the tambourine again.
Okay, it doesn't take long before a different type of crowd shows up. Oh my god.
You need to stop letting your acolyte go out.
I'm trying to plan what we're doing for the day. I don't know where he went. I didn't even notice he was gone.
Yeah.
I'm a little focused on something else this
I
morning.
think we gotta have log rules with Meckel as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
He lost log too.
There is this
his
one
Cole's gone.
individual that shows up. It's like kind of like limping along. It looks like got this big grin on their face. Their eyes are wide, and their irises are almost bloodshot red. They've got torn rags, and they are holding a hand crossbow. And they come up to you and they kind of like shakily hold the hand crossbow at you. They're like, give me that stuff! Give me the stuff! Give me the stuff! Give me the stuff!
stuff. I'll stop playing for a minute.
Give me the stuff!
What stuff?
Give me the stuff! All your stuff! Give me your stuff! Give me the stuff!
I'll hand him a kebab.
Give me the stuff!
You haven't even finished that one yet.
Give me all your stuff!
I'll look at the rest of the crowd.
It's just him.
Oh, just him
Yeah, I
now?
rolled a one. It's just him.
Okay. I don't have anything else to give you.
All your stuff! Give me all your stuff! All the stuff that points to the bag that's behind you. Give me your stuff!
No.
Roll a persuasion check.
16.
16. What do you mean?
No.
I got a crossbow. Gotta give me your stuff.
I will let the ichor come out of my side and wrap around the crossbow. And take it. If
Yeah, it not just takes the crossbow, starts to wrap around his arm, and like creep up his arm.
Is this the stuff you wanted?
And it starts to like crawl up his shoulder and up like his face and start to like choke him out.
I mean,
That hasn't happened before.
this is Meckelzicker. He controls it.
Yeah, I control it.
Yeah.
So, if he goes to pull away without the crossbow, I'll let him.
Okay, it starts to recede, and he
What?
falls down. And he's like, and he gets up and he just bolts.
I'll pick up the crossbow and set it down in my pack. Pick back up the tambourine.
Pick
Start
back
playing.
the tambourine, you start playing.
Yeah.
Two other individuals jump down from like the roof or the balcony and just like fucking shit and just run away.
I was half expecting us to come back to him in like a couple of hours, and he's just got like a pile of weapons.
What do you guys do?
What molds did we want to make? The breastplate was our top
Breastplate.
priority. Trisheni had talked about the scry necklaces, but was there something else she had wanted?
She wanted something for her weapon if we had anything left over.
Yes. Okay. So, breastplate, anti-scry necklaces, barrel for a gun for me, and then if we have left over, a
What do you think? A cap? A sharp? Like, what do you think we would do?
like a short sword.
Trishani?
Yeah.
And then I had wanted to see if I could make a set of knuckles for Conk's hand.
Right.
Maybe a Kopash or something like that?
Yeah, but I don't think we have that much material.
No. So we make a couple that are just in case, and we see how much we have left. Let's see which one we can fill.
Okay. I'm assuming it's going to take us all day just to get one of these done. What do you... How... Yeah.
I mean, the mold should be fairly easy to make.
We would do that here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we go back in. I say we set up the forge inside of the mushroom place.
But they have forges there. Why would we use our forge inside their forge?
Because I would want to do the mold, like the actual pouring.
Do you
inside
want to
of
pay
our
rent to
good
somebody?
forge.
True.
Inside of our good forge.
But why in the mushroom place? And why not just here?
Because isn't that where...
If we need our forge to forge... But I don't think we can touch that.
Grogrug's in the mushroom place.
Correct.
So that's where also the molten metal is.
Right.
So we're going to have to pour the molds in the mushroom place.
Okay.
I'd rather do that in our own forge than in one of the rented ones that's there.
Okay.
Well,
Is there space there?
If you rent one of their forges, you can then
well
No.
unclasp.
until you make the molds, you don't really need to go to the mushroom.
Right.
That's
Right.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just here in the backyard we make the molds.
Okay.
Remember, like, it's in its liquid state, and Grogug is holding on to it for you.
Yes.
Because once it's no longer in its liquid state, it's near impossible.
Right.
Because
Yes.
like it was put into its liquid state in an impure form, and now that it's been purified,
Yep.
if it gets solid,
It's
that's
good.
it.
Right.
So he's keeping it warm for you,
Yes.
and then you have to take it from there to what it is. So any preparations you would have to make before it comes to
Correct.
pouring stuff into the mold, now's the time.
That's what I'm saying. We make the mold here
Okay.
where we don't necessarily need anything special. We take them into Oculine's market, the mushroom market, do our pouring in our own forge,
Okay.
Yeah,
if
there's
we can.
probably space for you to open your forge in there. It is technically an interdimensional
Yeah,
space.
you could. Alkaline can make us a space.
Somewhere nearby Grogrug.
Yeah.
It's like his version of Magnificent Mansion,
Yeah.
but instead it's like got a bunch of doors, and it's a marketplace.
Yeah, it's magnificent market.
A magnificent
So, like,
market. Yeah.
We spend today doing all of our prep work.
Okay.
And then we go tomorrow and we do all of our pours plus any other forging stuff that we can do while everything's cooling.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Actually, Thraz is probably going to go up to, not Papa Micah, but the other, Shenny's
Haladin?
other father. Yeah. And ask about the God Emperor and the worship of him and how, like, so he can...
Dude, he's just a dragon.
He ignores you. Because he's having that conversion, like, kind of like Meckel had with him to
Okay.
becoming a true
Realizing
believer.
he's real
Yeah.
and a bunch of other things.
Yeah, he knows you're an asshole. He doesn't believe in your divinity. He doesn't believe in your divinity, but the God Emperor's, yes. He actually does, so.
Okay.
Hey, so he's gonna work on doing that today, because he's trying to become like he's converting to his true believer status. He wants to learn what he needs to do and everything.
What did I say? What did I say that he was up to?
They're rebuilding their house.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Haladin, not the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
Dragon already left.
What's the dragon's name again?
The Sultan the Same?
He never gave you his actual
He didn't
name.
No, he didn't.
Oh, for good reason.
And he already left for whatever
capital.
the capital's name
The
is.
Strita.
Strita.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the capital of the Protectorate.
Yes.
The capital of the Maw, the Maresian area, is Babas.
Yeah.
No, the capital of the
He
Protectorate.
left before
He went to go
could
find
cast
the
Rejuvenate to heal his
youngling
eye
of
brand.
his
Oh,
kind.
man.
Yeah, he went to go find more about his kin.
Yes.
Yeah.
We gave him the location of the map on the map of the space dragon. So if he wanted to go search that
Right,
out.
in the Fothid ruins.
Yeah.
Correct. Perfect. So, you
that.
approach Haladin. He is,
I mean, he's willing to help them like rebuild their house while they talk and everything like that. too.
he's, just working on some plaster at the moment, up on the roof, using like a type of like limestone, concrete type of thing,
give
just to
him
make the
some
place
spent terrazine
waterproof
to try and
again.
protect the
A lot
house
of
a little
like
bit?
clay and stuff that are
To
moving
mix in
around.
there?
He's
We
just
don't
up on
have
the
that
roof,
much.
enjoying the
Okay.
fact that the sun is not super hot,
Yeah.
so that
We
he can
collected
work
a
up on the
bunch
roof today.
We did.
You climb up on the roof there. It's kind of like this dome slope roof. And you see him just with this kind of trowel, just working things in there. It's still like mid-morning. He's just getting to work. You can see a coffee cup that's barely leaning a little bit to the side, that's sitting on the top there as well, that he takes a sip of. And he's like, "Oh, hello.
Hello.
Did you sleep okay?"
As well as I do.
Do you usually have trouble sleeping?
Only when the memories happen.
Ah. I feel a little bit like that when I think of the girl's mother.
I have a feeling those are different memories from mine. Although, my mother, at least, is part of those memories.
They always are. We come from somewhere, we find someone, and then,
They're taken.
yes, they are either taken or they're lost or we lose them, and we spend so long trying to find the way back. I wonder if we should.
For me, there is no back. Not anymore.
Well, you have a group of friends that, at the very least, create some type of home for you.
So far. It's been a long time since I've had a home like this.
I think so far is probably the best we can ever hope for. And if we continue so far, it begins to become so long. And forever eventually sets in.
Forever is a dream. Might be a good dream. It is a dream.
May the Sultan of Sen watch over you.
That makes me want to ask, what can you tell me of the Sultan of Sand? The gods before now were abstracts. They may be they may have been there, may have not.
Ideas without form.
Ideas, maybe, even just that.
Mm.
But after seeing and meeting and feeling the power of the pain that can happen from the Sultan, I find my beliefs changing.
Your faith.
Yes.
Well, that's what faith is. It is believing in something despite how much it flies in the face of something that tells you it is not.
Very true. Very, very true.
So, I have faith. And the faith I have, I wonder if it is stronger because I never wish it to be validated.
I find myself knowing it is validated, and
Then is it faith?
I haven't seen anything from him, though, that would make it any less validated or any more validated than what I feel.
Then it is faith in someone rather than an idea.
Sometimes that's where it starts. That's at least what the little one who follows around the dwarf seems to have.
I think that the faith in those around us that we love and care for and that love and care for us will always be greater than whatever other faith we made a tribute to unexplainable events. But if you find yourself and your mind and your faith shifting, I am by no means a pontifex of the temple of the Sultan of Sand, but I would be happy to try and help.
If you could, that would be very welcome. The belief is new.
So-
It used to be as though I had rock under my feet, and now it feels as though I have sand.
An apt metaphor. I see why they keep you around. So, what questions do you have, my child?
What can you tell me? What can you help me understand about the Sultan and why?
It was believed that the Sultan was the one that protected us from the curse that kept all our loved ones and all those who had perished within the sands to rise again and seek nothing but destruction.
That
If you know differently, it seems as though, from what I've heard from your escapades, that it was true. At least in whatever sense the truth is. What is truth? I digress.
well, faith and the truth sometimes go hand in hand. Sometimes
Truth can be subjective.
you can.
It was I always believed that my daughters are safe, and that is true. And I would prefer it not be validated if they were not.
She is a lot stronger and safer in herself than I think you know.
I do not doubt it. She is the strongest one in the world.
I believe that. I haven't been with these folks for long, and yet it
They
feels
are the strongest girls in the world.
you have more than one.
She's a twin.
I did
We
not
would have
know.
talked about Machete.
I don't know if he was necessarily involved in that.
I think he would have heard the name,
Yeah,
but
but-
may not have connected
Exactly,
what we were
there's-
talking about.
Yeah.
Not a lot of
And we
exterior communication.
log has been
Disguised as her
disguising
pretty
himself as
constantly.
Machete.
Could have just been like,
Yeah.
oh, he likes
Oh,
Sheni in a bikini for some reason.
Cousin, even kind of thing, too. Like,
Yeah, could be anything.
yeah.
She's a twin. And they are their mother's daughters. And I see their mother in them every time I think of them. My mother was a strong woman, also follower of the Sultan of Sand. It's hard not to believe and not to have faith, even if you don't want validation, when the validation is staring you in the face. And it does protect you day in and day out from those that would cause your life to perish. The protection that the Sultan offered us for forever is gone.
And yet, it feels like it may not be gone as long as those that want to believe in him. Faith in itself can be its own protection.
I want to believe that the Sultan still cares for us and loves us. I want to believe that our faith in the Sultan will bring us closer to each other. But I would be remiss if I didn't also admit that I myself may be having a crisis of faith. When we needed him most, he has left. But the deities work in mysterious ways,
Very true.
and I cannot foresee things that they may. So faith is what faith is. I must have faith that they will eventually return to love us once again. That is all faith is. Love.
It's been a
Love
long,
without question.
it's been a long time removed from me. And yet,
Are you not loved? Do you not think you are not loved by those around you? I see it.
these are new. The two others that I know loved me have long since left this area, this plane, this world.
They still love you, wherever they may be now.
They may not with the things I have done, but I do regret and I do hope.
Those that feel guilty often should not, and those that do not often should. If you feel like you regret, then those that loved you taught you well. If you miss them,
Every day, he was supposed to join me on this journey, and I had to leave him behind.
well, thank you, lucky stars, that if they perished, they did not perish within the law.
Yes, that at least is one thing I am very thankful for.
The fire still burns for their mother within the tomb. It's one that I intend to keep burning well into my years. Which admittedly are not as long as the rest of you. But it's all the more reason that my faith keep me strong in my ways.
And yet, I think your partner would still honor and keep what you want had to keep going.
I believe that my partner has faith in me. And that I have faith in them. And like I said, that's all faith is. Love.
Thraz is helping him with the plasters.
Sure.
We're doing this stuff.
And you're having this nice, long, like, philosophical and metaphysical discussion as you walk through the nuances of what faith is and what love is and what loss is and how to move forward. They start talking about, like, the tenets of the followers of the Sultan of Sand are rather ambiguous. It's most of it is to be thankful for the fact that they are protected by the curse that is now apparently no longer a thing, or not apparently but supposedly no longer a thing, and that the oasis that they live in continues to perpetuate to be real and like, you know, sustain them. That tradition has allowed them to be a physical form that would be able to outrun the curse, or those that would be infected with the curse. They are a little bit faster than all of you, and allows them to be able to survive should anything happen. So should they leave the confines of the city, they still would be able to survive. Their anatomy, it's a thanks to their evolution in anatomy. It's a lot of gratitude. There's a lot of gratitude in these tenets. And it's less of like, well, thank you, so I'm like tit for tat. It's less of like tit for tat, like you've done all this for us, and therefore I'm going to give you my faith, as much as like you've done all this for us. It's more of a pay it forward thing. I'm going to give my faith to the next generation.
Okay.
And their generations are short.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that that would be something that they would worship or, you know, put a lot of stock into.
This stuff is also making Thraz wonder about what was being passed down to him from before and everything.
What do you think? What's Thraz think was passed down to him?
He doesn't remember much other than from his mother, other than, you know, you're an Ember Throttle. Keep that in your head. That is an important thing.
Like your namesake.
Yeah. But he wasn't told anything about his namesake, so he was told it was important.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
And so he feels like kind of like an empty space there.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't really have a whole lot to fill it. Perhaps he's looking to fill it with some of the faith here.
Yeah, and that's part of it. Especially, as you know, with some of the stuff that he's done, he's caused a lot of emptiness in himself. Now he's trying to fill it back up.
Perhaps running across the plains and collecting little trinkets was just a placeholder for something he's actually missing.
That's true for a lot of hoarders.
Yeah. So, while that heavy philosophical conversation is happening, are you guys making molds, or?
Yep. So I set up the samples of cement yesterday to see which one would solidify the best.
Sure. There's a mixture of clay, sand, and limestone, particularly the type of limestone that's here, that appears to work the best.
Okay. And we had also mixed in spent terrazine.
Yes, the one that has spent terrazine in it, especially if you grind it up
Yes.
very, very well to a nice fine powder,
Yeah.
to make it more heterogeneous throughout.
So it was spent terrazine, ceramic dust, like what crucibles are made out of, ceramic
Sure.
dust, high temperature ceramic, spent terrazine, cement, and that was sort of like the
Yes.
base for our.
Like clay ceramic and all
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's going to be probably your best bet. It
Yeah.
held up very, very well.
So I did like
It showed
different
no forms
ratios
of-
to see which one. Like.
Yes. So like I said, that
But we
one
figured
was-
out which one works.
It shows no signs of warping
Okay.
from high temperatures, which is the biggest thing.
Okay.
And no sign of like scorching or molding and morphing from high temperatures as well, which
Okay.
is perfect. So it's great to hold molten. The what is it? Heterogeneous or homogeneous, which means uniform throughout. Homogeneous. So it's like it takes time to make the spent terrazine into a fine dust in order to make it homogeneous. That is not like a difficult thing to do. It's just time consuming.
Yeah.
Because it's got to be very, very fine dust.
Mhm.
The fact that you have that makes this endeavor not simpler, but
Higher chance of success.
I don't even want to say that. Just more possible.
Okay.
Because you're working with a metal that shouldn't be able to be molded,
Right.
using a material that, like, you're trying to stop an unstoppable force with an immovable object. So you're doing the right thing. So promising.
Okay.
Results are promising.
Yeah. But so yeah, then we take a breastplate, we make a mold of it, like in 2 halves in like 2-piece molds.
Sure. What molds are you making?
So the breastplate's our top priority. The anti-scry necklaces that Vlad taught me,
Sure.
showed me how to
The
make.
anti-scry necklaces they may be made out of adamantine, but they will have to be enchanted afterward. Adamantine is a highly conductive, magically conductive material, so it won't take anywhere near as long to enchant it as it will other highly conductive materials to magic. But it will still have to. Someone will have to know the spell non-detection to be able to do something like that.
Okay. I'll have to go back and look because I thought he showed me a way to do it.
To do it otherwise.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's all right.
If
I'll
he
go
did,
back
then-
and get the details.
Yeah.
Because I don't even think he required adamantine with his instructions.
It did not. No. If he did teach you a way without spell work,
He taught us a way, but he goes, "Oh, but you have to melt it super hot."
kind of like how you would a compass in order to magnetize
Correct.
the metal. Correct. It would be like etching the proper runes and then heating it to the perfect temperature in order to harness the electromagnetism of it rather than the magic of it, and therefore like using science to fight magic. That could possibly be the way that he taught you.
So third is just a small tube. Like I can make it out of a copper sheet.
Like a rod?
Like a barrel, like a pipe, essentially.
Oh, a hollow pipe.
Yes.
Like a PVC pipe.
Yes. Thin-walled, hollow pipe.
Okay. Like a blow dart thing?
I mean, it would be a barrel for a gun.
Okay, a gun barrel.
Yes.
Okay. That's important that you specify gun barrel because you'll need the spiraling on the inside.
Rifling.
It's going to be magic.
Yes, but you'll still need
You still need rifling for accuracy.
Still need rifling. Yeah, so you can build rifling into the mold. That'll just be like every time you do make a mold, I'm going to make you do a check to see how well the mold is, and then that's going to determine like the DC of other things, and so it's going to be like a kind of like a cascading DC as we move down. Like I said before about how you're going to be getting better at it, but it's going to get harder. It means the DC is going to stay mostly stable, but the mold's going to have a big. How well you do in the mold is going to have a big determinant factor on where we start without foundational DC.
Okay.
Yeah. The rifling is also going to help be conductive to magic. Like if you can put some runes in that rifling,
Yeah.
whoo, boy, that thing could be awesome.
Okay. So then lastly, we had a couple of different options depending on if we have or how much we have left over at that point.
Okay.
So, a Kopesh mold,
Okay.
which is going to take a decent chunk of metal. to
You can
fill.
make as many molds as you like,
Yeah.
Right,
and then it's going to determine how well you do to see how much you have left over.
right. The knuckles for Conk's fist. And then lastly, I wanted to make a crowbar mold.
Okay.
That's of course.
Perfect.
I love it. That way you can channel your magic
Just
through
a
your
solid
crowbar.
adamantine crowbar. Perfect.
That's
Hey,
It's on brand.
intense.
we believe in the crowbar advantage here, okay?
Yes.
But, so essentially, like, breastplates first, anti-scry necklaces are next,
Would you want a solid one? Wouldn't we just
Barrel.
plate it?
and then based on how
A
much.
solid crowbar is going to take a decent amount
Yeah.
of metal. Yeah.
I feel like we just want to plate a crowbar.
You could plate a crowbar.
Could put a crowbar in the mold and just pour.
I mean, if you want to plate
it,
it, if you want to plate a crowbar, I have a crowbar that hasn't been silver plated already. So
yeah. So you
The
just
problem with temperature that adamantine is at, if you try to plate something,
It's
with
gonna
salt,
melt the
it's just going to
metal.
melt the metal.
yeah. But
Yeah.
then the whole thing will solidify.
Yeah, and then it'll be an alloy.
It'll be
more
an
than-
iron alloy
Yeah.
crowbar, iron adamantine alloy crowbar.
Yeah. It won't be homogeneous. It'll be heterogeneous.
Yes.
Meaning,
Yeah.
like the iron spots are going to be weaker, and it's just like a chain. It's going to break at its weakest point. It's
depends. Sometimes alloys are stronger than the homogeneous material.
right.
Too.
I'm saying, but if you just pour it in and don't mix it, then
Well,
it's- then it's-
that's more for the smith and the alchemist to
Yeah.
figure out than the portal traveler.
right. If you don't actually like melt the crowbar down and then mix it with the adamantine and then pour it in a mold, if you just try to plate it, you're just going to melt it and it's going to be heterogeneous and it's not going to work. But yes, okay. So let's start with the molds.
Okay.
Which mold you want to start with the breastplate, correct?
Yep. I
Okay.
think between the two of us, that's the one we both have made before multiple
Okay.
times.
Yes.
So molds have a lot to do with handcrafting, and then there's several ways to go about it. You can either hand craft it and use like small tools and try to get a brand new mold out of something by just doing it with by carving it out piece by piece by piece, or you can have something that you want to make a duplicate of that you press into the mold that's not of adamantine but might just be of iron, steel, or whatever,
Right.
any type of other hard material. Could be even cured clay or whatever that you can press into the mold in order to make a duplicate.
Correct.
Now, a breastplate, it's going to be difficult because it's very three-dimensional.
So, even a breastplate isn't one solid piece of metal. It's a couple of, like, it's two big plates.
Several plates, yes. And so you have to deal with it like standing up, and then you pour it through the top.
Yes. So you would make the mold laying down, though,
And
in
you make
two
it two
parts.
pieces.
Yes.
And then you push it together.
Stand it up and pour down into the mold.
Yes.
Yes.
So breastplate is essentially, for the purposes of this, we'll say two pieces. One on the front that's leather strapped to the one in the back.
Yes.
So we'll need 4 central molds in order to
4.
create these two pieces.
Yes.
All right.
Two-part molds.
Is there something that you want to use as a schematic for this?
Do we want to use my breastplate?
I mean, Thraz's would have been left downstairs while he was doing that. You can always use his. Either way, it's a breastplate.
If you want to be the same.
We want it to fit you.
Right.
Here's the rub. If you use a piece that is already made to press into the mold to make a duplicate of, it's just going to be a duplicate. It's not going to have any special stuff other than the fact that it's made with adamantine and it might have like a +2 or whatever. You won't be able to carve in things like runes, special enchantments, and other stuff like that, and it's going to be difficult to do. If you actually make the mold by hand, you're going to be able to make something unique that has runes or rifling or other types of that you actually it'll be far more customizable and easier to enchant and make magical or otherwise, or
We have a
put
ton
spikes
of
onto or whatever the fuck.
silver and copper, which is easy to mold.
Yeah, we have all the worm stuff too.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like it doesn't have to be heated up in a forge essentially to work.
We officially
But
have
don't
all
we-
the worm probe.
You also
Doesn't-
have gold, which is a very soft metal that you can form.
Doesn't
very
Papa Micah have a forge?
Pipomica does have a small forge.
One that we could use for smelting.
Yes, he doesn't have a smelter. He has a forge.
True.
But you have pure gold that you can just melt down. That you can make, or like you have pure silver, you have pure copper, and you have pure gold. If you want to go to a money changer to get more of that, you'd just be basically turning your money into these,
Yeah.
We all have gold coins. We can just.
which means it
I
would
have
be.
I have a lot
cost
of
money.
scrap that I've been picking up every time we stop in a town. So
Right, there's
Yeah.
we could make like something out of a soft metal that we can customize
Yeah.
instead of using one that already
Do we
exists.
know how
Iron
to
and
customize
steel
it? Like
are
what spell
way
stuff, or
harder
we
than
just
copper, silver, and iron
No.
and steel are
No.
way harder than copper. Silver.
Copper, silver, gold, soft metals that we can make something out
Yeah,
of.
that's your money.
No.
Do you have copper and other like?
Yeah.
scrap?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was mostly iron and steel.
No.
He's been
we
picking
have a
up
lot of things.
every
Okay.
scrap metal.
I have a lot of silver in like melted ingot form.
Oh, okay.
I also have a lot of copper, bronze, and iron, but like copper and silver are going to be easy to just work.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I also have lead, but that's
I believe
also going to be
from softest to hardest, it goes gold, copper, then silver.
yeah. So we can make something out of copper without wasting our gold.
Okay.
If you have any pewter too, that would be a good one for that.
We'll make something so we can enchant it later.
So you want to do it by hand?
Yes.
Okay. So it's harder. It's much harder to do it by hand than
Yeah.
it is to make a duplicate of. So we got 4 molds to make for the breastplate.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have this is dexterity because you're doing it by hand. Tinkering dexterity for you, smithing dexterity for you.
Is that different than normal dexterity?
Well, you have advantage on smithing checks, don't you? Or what is it?
Necessarily. Well, no, you're just proficient at it. I guess. that
You're
could-
proficient in it, so you add your proficiency bonus. Dexterity plus your
Well,
proficiency.
we're gonna get enhanced ability anyway.
Are you gonna? Is it concentration?
Yeah.
So you can only do it to. So do you let Trishani keep it, or do you give it to somebody else?
Well, we were planning for like at least an hour.
Do you want to like wait until she's done, and then cast it again?
Well, I know that you have the spell too, so however we want to do that.
If you want to like wait till like noon before you
Well,
start,
we
this
gotta
stuff, you
we
can.
gotta draw it out, map it out, and figure out what we're doing. And
Sure.
That's gonna take an hour
Right. So
to
let's
get
do
all the.
let's do schematics. Let's do schematics for each set of molds. You're gonna plan stuff out. So we're gonna do intelligence checks for this. This is an intelligence check plus your proficiency bonus because this is your bailiwick,
Okay.
and this is just a straight intelligence check for you because you're smart and you're just trying to figure stuff out.
Okay.
So it's not with proficiency because you're not actually tinkering. Technically, you're good at schematics. I guess it's both for you. You're rolling your intelligence plus your proficiency.
Okay.
Let's see what happens.
Wait,
So
are you proficient in these?
No.
Okay, thank God.
he is proficient for this purpose because he's writing out a plan for smithing, and he's a forge master. So
I know. I'm just terrified for how he rolls with things that he's good at.
it's it just isn't a skill that's on your character sheet.
Do we want to have one person roll with advantage because we're helping each other, or do
It's
we
up to
each
you.
roll?
You can either have
I would rather give you advantage.
Okay.
You can either spend some spell slots and do enhance ability, so both of you roll with advantage, or one of you roll with advantage, and you both roll, or
Because right now my enhanced ability is on Trishani.
Okay.
But I mean, we have plenty of spell slots after that, where we can, because after 3rd level we can have both, and I have 10 spell slots technically. We
Okay.
can work for 10 hours
Yeah.
if I used all my spell slots, and I think you have the spell as well.
I do.
So like we could, depending on how many 3rd levels and higher you have.
Enhance is a second.
Right, but that's for one
enhance ability
person.
is the second.
Yeah. So with thirds, I can do it 5 times if I need to.
So
But
So
I
this
can
is
boost
also-
myself in other ways, so I'll give you enhanceability for this piece.
Okay, because I'm like, technically we could have, we could work for like
I mean,
20
if one of
hours.
you
to
comes
get
up and
to
asks Thras for help, he can help you upcast
You
it
could.
too. He's got enough.
I don't think enhanceability really matters.
Yeah,
if you're-
upcast is to let you do more than one person.
Yeah.
Oh, it
okay.
does?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's Fraz if you want to help. So let's say this: you're having a philosophical conversation for
Yeah.
a couple hours. Trisheni's working for a couple hours. After that, the concentration can be dropped as you're working on this. You can just have like a long breakfast, and you can work through this.
We had a plan.
The three of you start to work on this while Meckel is out
Still
busking, getting mugged.
out practicing.
Ish. Not really.
No, not really.
Because Thras is actually full right now on motivator die. So
Okay. So, intelligence checks to design these pieces.
Yes.
An advantage.
All right. So, both of you advantage then? Are you spending the spells?
Yes.
Okay. Or are you upcasting?
I'm upcasting it.
Okay.
that
So
way
who's
it's-
spending it?
I'll spend the first.
Okay.
Okay.
I gotta mark
Just
that.
make sure you mark this down.
I gotta mark
I
There's
my
a
I just-
first.
lot of checks we have to do.
I just up it one so that way they both are able
I
to
have to
have
mark
it.
my first one off for Trishini.
Yep.
So each schematic is going to take an hour to create.
Okay.
So each check that we do is going to require a spell slot if you guys want to do enhanced building. And if you want to upcast it. or
Yeah.
whatever. However permutation of that you want to do, that's what it's going to require.
Because I assume if we both have a higher score, it's more than just one person. How is the DC?
Yes,
set?
it's much better for you both to be rolling with
Okay.
advantage than one person to be rolling with advantage.
Okay.
Because it's going to be the average between the, not necessarily the average, but it's going to be like a compounding type of DC rather
Okay.
than just one DC that you
Yeah,
have one chance at.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was kind of asking.
Yes.
And did we decide proficiency?
Yes. Proficiency for both of you.
Okay. But this is intelligence.
Yes.
Okay.
13.
31.
31.
I rolled a 2 and a 7.
That's why I was like, why do you bother?
You made him proficient in these things.
Yeah. So 13. As you're working on the schematics are your thing. Like, yeah, so you're just like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, but what if we put like a spike like right here? And you keep,
13's still not bad.
yeah, and you just like keep drawing like, and it could work, but it would like be top heavy or like some type of way. And like he's like, no, I have a system. And
What
like,
happens if this light's on fire?
and you like touch the thing and it starts to smolder. Yeah.
Basically, it's the equivalent of like a master carpenter working with an engineer and going, "What if we did this on it?"
Yeah. It's like the idea man working with the engineering. Like Frank Lloyd Wright meets an engineer, and it's like, and you're like, no, you can't build something
But I know
like
how
this.
to do it.
Yeah. But I mean, granted,
But
Frank
does it
Lloyd
make
Wright
sense?
did know exactly what
It's
he was
even
doing.
worse because you go from an architect to a civil engineer
Yeah.
to the actual iron workers.
Yes.
And all three of them have different ideas of what's actually possible.
Yeah. And like once you finally get to the actual ironworkers, the difference between the architect and what the ironworkers are like,
carpenters, yeah.
you must be kidding
Yeah.
me.
I totally made this once.
Yeah.
The engineer's
Did
like,
it work?
I figured out
Yeah,
the
with like
math.
toothpicks or something.
No, I mean, I grew up in a forge. Like, I totally made
Oh yeah,
this
sure.
once.
I meant like
It was
I've
like a kid's bro.
met like architects at Pratt University that have had to make their thing with like paper and
Yeah.
like toothpicks and everything, and the stuff they make
It's not the same.
it's so cool. It's super cool.
Yeah.
But like trying to reimagine that in like an
And then you
engineering
give it to an
perspective,
engineer and he's like, you
Oh,
can't do that
This
in real
defies
world.
physics. You can't do
Have you
that.
ever seen the architect professor
Steel
who like
doesn't do
actually
that.
like makes them test it by shaking the table that they're on
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything
yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
They look so cool and they collapse half the time.
But that's pretty much what's going on here. And you burn the schematic page, the blueprints every once in a while as you're just touching them and be like, what if this was on fire? Because adamantine is such a good catalyst with that, again, it won't take as long. However, you're going to have to find an enchanter in order to do something like that. Or someone like Trisheni's good, but her school of magic is
I think we lost the stream.
blade
I think
dance.
we lost the stream.
Nope. It's back up.
Yep.
But her school of magic is
Maybe not.
blade singing and quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
So she's not an enchanter.
Nope.
So if you want to enchant this, it would probably need to be professionally enchanted. But it has the ability to be as such, which could make it a very strong piece of equipment. Make sense?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. Next are like the anti-scribe necklace.
Right. You have already been shown how to
Yes.
do this.
So we
This
just need
is
the
you
mold
that-
for this.
Yeah,
mostly.
I would say this is the process of you teaching Argus how to make it, because he's going to have to work with you.
Okay. So like this one, I just like can make a mold that you can pour like 6 or 8 of the same little pendant at the same
Ah,
time.
sure. You're trying to make a. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Interesting. Yes. You're trying to mass produce it.
Correct.
Okay. Interesting. So you'll need a bottom one and a top one.
I mean, if
Well,
if,
technically you
if
won't need a
the
top
back
one.
is flat, then
Yeah,
you don't.
then you'll just need a bottom one.
Correct. Just like press the thing into.
Or you only make one mold and you just keep pouring it in there.
Well, if the mold stands,
They're not going to
hot
cool fast enough for us to multi-pour. That's why I was thinking we do.
All at
A big
once.
pull, a
Right,
big-
because you're gonna have to pour fast.
Correct.
Makes sense. Okay.
So
Cool.
we just make like little little clay carvings of what we want, press them into the
So-
mold, and then pop them out.
Here's what I have
Pour
to
the
do with
metal
this one,
in.
because you already know how to make these.
Yep.
This is gonna be you teaching him, so it's gonna be performance for you and insight for you.
Oh, and
Your insight's very high.
Correct.
does it
Your
need to
performance
just
is not
No.
very good.
does it need to just be the medallion part of it, or does the chain need to be part
just
of
the
the mold?
medallion.
I know. I was just thinking out loud.
Oh, for roleplay purposes?
Well, no, just in general, like, because potentially if you just need the medallion, you could actually make one mold as one and pour through there as a single pour kind of thing.
That's what they're trying to do.
Gotcha. I misunderstood. That's my bad.
So we'll give you proficiency on this performance.
Okay.
So charisma plus performance, or charisma plus.
But I'm not using tools. I'm teaching him how
You're
to
teaching
do it.
him how to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Natural one.
You
For an 11.
you got a natural one. What did you get?
With proficiency at 21.
A 21.
No,
For
11.
11.
22.
You realize that
So-
your best bet is to probably take the medallion that you have and just press it into the mold, because as you try to teach him,
It doesn't work.
he's just like, no, you can't heat it up that temperature, like it won't work. And he's like, but I have to heat up that temperature. And you guys get into an argument. And it's, again, the engineer, like, having an argument with the idea man, and it's not working very well.
Yep.
So your best bet is to just make pure duplicates.
Yep.
You won't be able to enhance them in any way. What we're going to do is that you're only able to make one single mold. You are successful at making one single mold. And then it's going to be a race against time to be able to create that mold several times. What?
You're making arbitrary, like, this doesn't work decisions.
Who, me? Or...
Because you can make, like, a bigger mold and just press it in multiple times.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can. If you want to make duplicates, you can. But he's not going to be able to help you.
Oh. Right.
If you want him to help you, you're only able to make one.
Right.
Does that make more sense?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
No. So, yeah, we would just go with make a big plate, press it in 8 times.
That's fine. That's fine. He just can't help you.
Okay.
Because he refuses to.
I think literally at some point you just hold up your finger and go, I got it.
Yeah.
We'll do
He's
this
like,
a different
never
way."
mind. I'll take care of it. Yeah. I think that's probably what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, you can absolutely do this, but you're going to have to do it alone.
Fine.
Yeah.
In the middle of it, I stormed off and grabbed another cup of coffee.
Okay. So, gun barrel.
You don't make
Gun.
sense. This is too small.
It's like a little medallion.
My hammer's too big for that.
Yes. I understand.
It will break the medallion.
Yes.
This is my tool, and this is what I have.
Making arbitrary. Go ahead. Do the next one. It's my job. That's why I'm behind here.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Gun barrel.
Gun barrel.
Dex tool or intelligence? 'cause
It's up
we're
to you.
supposed
What are you doing? Are you making a copy, or are you trying to make one that's enchantable?
Enchantable.
Enchantable.
Okay, so you're doing it from
Out of
scratch
copper.
by hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you guys doing enhance ability on this one?
Is this still design work?
This is it takes an hour per schematic, so it's a new time
Right.
every time.
Right. But what are we rolling?
This is gonna be tinkering, dexterity,
Okay.
because this is for you, and smithing dexterity for you. So it's still just dexterity plus your proficiency for both of you.
Okay. Do you want enhance
Because
ability?
you're doing
Yeah,
it from scratch.
I'll do it.
Alright.
Are you still upcasting?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go level 2.
That's why I'm just checking that. Depending on, I can't do it for every single one that you guys want to maybe do enhance
That's
ability
right.
on, but I want to.
Nice.
Nat 20.
Thank you.
One?
So I'm only down one then.
Plus from proficiency,
Plus proficiency.
33. Or 23, sorry.
23.
I can't get a 33 with a dexterity check.
I can get a
That's ridiculous.
34 though.
You got a 34 with a
that
nat 20. So 34 and
23.
23. So this is the most beautiful rifling barrel you've ever. The mold is the most beautiful mold. The rifling is absolutely perfect. You realize that the easiest way to do that is to actually just put a lodestone, or like one of the small pieces of lodestone that you have, and grind it up and put it into the clay and ceramic and cement mold, and then as you pour it into the mold, you just drop the rifling part of it into the middle, and magnetically it just suspends, and so it forms around it. So it just like floats in the middle to make it hollow, and it's got rifling on the outside of it in order to make it inside of it. So it just and it's a brilliant use of like magnetism and lodestones and spent terrazine and everything, and it's going to turn out absolutely perfect.
Okay.
And it'll be available to be enchanting. And because it was so good, you guys get to add one of the features on the weapons list that I gave you.
Okay.
For I believe it's the lens abilities.
Okay.
As you are forging it.
Okay. So one of the lens effects
Is this
essentially.
the firearm or an energy weapon that you're making?
Firearm.
Okay, so you get to add one of the abilities from the lenses
Essentially.
into this
as-
because you're like enchanting it in such a way.
Yeah.
Any of them are just like the standard or exotic standard ones? Because you got the
I
standard
see.
and exotic on the list.
Correct. Let me just double check. This will be any one of the standard lenses.
Okay.
Sorry, I was hoping I could get them to agree to let you do the exotic ones.
That would be.
Radiant, lightning, radiation.
I mean, you know my answer is.
yeah.
Water.
Superheated. Fire damage.
Plus 1d4 fire damage, critical
And you
hit
can light
ignites
people on
target.
fire. I mean, that's what Argus would plan. But if we want to, I'm totally, if you want to do more reach, would be a whole good thing for you.
It's gonna suck if you run into like an asbestos.
Oh, that's a melee weapon, not a ranged
piece
weapon.
Oh,
creature.
okay.
However, the
Yeah, it has a ranged cast.
But it says increase the short and long range by 30 feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah. I wasn't talking about.
Well, no, reach is right next to it under melee.
It doesn't make
You
it a
said
lensed
reach, that's why I
weapon.
got
It
confused.
just adds the effect of what would be the
Right.
lens.
The magnified effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I meant, I just said the wrong thing.
I mean, would ignoring the charging property ignore the loading property for the?
Essentially, yes.
Whatever it's your weapon.
You can take time to think about it.
Okay.
Because you only have to decide once the fortune comes along.
Because, ignoring that would be, then you can shoot.
Well, I'm also my plan was to use my repeating infusion on it, so I
Sure.
wouldn't have to load it.
So that would already do
anyways.
that anyway.
Yeah. So
Stun?
the magnify works because it gives me extra range.
Or do you want to stun?
Or the stun is not bad either. So I'll think about it for a minute. Kopesh.
Okay.
Because you do crit more.
Okay, Kopesh schematic. Are you making this from scratch or using one of Trisheni's Kopeshes to make a duplicate mold?
I mean, do we want the wizard to be able to enchant? Probably.
Probably. Pick her own, what she wants it to do.
Yeah.
Because she's got a lightning one and she's got the green flame one. You know, does she want something else on this third one?
Right.
So,
You want to do it by hand?
Yeah.
Okay. So, same thing, dexterity checks.
Are you... Where are we... I don't know where you're at and how much you want to give us. Since he just got a nat 20.
Unless you guys get another nat 20, this is going to be the last one I can enhance for you guys.
Because he just got
But
one.
you got...
I know, that's why I
nat
said,
20.
unless you guys get another one.
Okay. Do you want to... I mean, I'll do it.
okay.
I have 3 left, so I can
Okay.
only do it one more time. That's why I need one
Okay.
more.
That's my last second level spell in slot anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I am bumping it up for you guys.
Okay.
Great.
I didn't roll well. I rolled a 2 and a 7 again.
25.
25.
13.
It's like the party brought its own bowl to the china shop. You're the bowl in this.
This is what happens when...
Did I move from intelligence to dexterity because you're making from the schematics to the molds? I think I did. Oh well, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Mine's the same either way.
Okay. It's gonna be very similar because your dexterity is your intelligence is just a little bit higher than your dexterity. And how's
My-
yours
My
the same?
intelligence and dex are both +1.
Yeah, mine are one off each other.
Okay. So it doesn't.
I have
It doesn't
13
really matter.
basically
intelligence
the
and
same.
12 dex.
Okay. What'd you get?
So 25.
25.
13.
13. Poor buddy. What's
Oh, no.
going on?
I rolled a 7.
Are we doing
7 and a
intelligence?
2.
26.
Yes, sorry, this is a schematic.
Then
so-
26.
yeah. It was the reason why it was dexterity was because when you were making duplicates, it was dexterity because you didn't have to make schematics.
Yes.
Sorry, I did it accidentally
That's
for
fine.
the other one, but that was because you got a nat 20 and you made some cool glowstone stuff.
Yes. 26.
26 and 13. You are able to make what it is you want to make for a Kopesh. You realize that you're going to need just a tad more adamantine than you were hoping for it, but you're able to make exactly what you wanted to make. This will be enchantable by an enchanter, and it will be able to be made out of adamantine. I think you're realizing that in order to save some adamantine, you had to sacrifice the handle, and so it's only it's a tanged blade rather than in fully solid adamantine, including the handle and everything. It's only like a half tanged blade rather than a full tanged blade. If you understand what that means,
Yeah.
But it will cut.
it will cut.
I mean, thinking about like the Japanese swords, just gives you more room to like inscribe into and everything like that and hide from public view.
Yeah, it makes it less of a chance. A full tang makes it less of a chance that the handle's gonna break off.
For Wur's knuckles, I just want to duplicate those.
Okay, you got it. Oh yeah, you can just
Like disassemble his current hand and like make molds of.
and just
current
absolutely.
pieces.
So that's just going to be straight up dexterity on that one.
Okay.
Just pressing the mold proper.
You could just literally
You
have.
want me to enhance ability on it?
I should be all right. I don't even know if we'll get to this, so I'm not sure how
I mean,
much.
we're making the molds, so we'll always have the molds. Or we'll have the mold for what we need.
Yeah, might as well.
I got spell slots.
Okay.
Some of the molds you have to crack open. Some not. Some you don't.
Sure. Now I roll like...
What, you roll well?
I roll a 17 and 18.
24.
24.
Okay. Yeah,
I
you're
can
able
only
to.
enhance one of you, so.
I'm done with second level, so I'm third level.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
So, yeah.
Yes. You can create brass knuckles out of these. You can add like spikes to his knuckles if you want. You just push it up, and then you take his plate off and you push it in there, and then you just
a
take.
little cone. And,
You can take some of the galvanized spikes
Yeah.
from your scrap,
Yeah.
and you just press them into the side,
perfect.
just like you see on those TikTok videos with sand and shit.
It'd be really cool if you could turn him into actual like drills when he hits.
So now do we have to make the molds?
Now you're making the molds,
Okay.
except for the ones that were duplicates. Only the
Okay.
ones that duplicates are done. The molds are already made. So breastplate, rifle,
And Kopesh.
and Kopesh.
We need to make the molds for.
So breastplate
And we
needs...
need to make 2 different molds for the breastplate, front and back.
Yes, so breastplate is 4 molds. And rather than taking forever to do this, what I'm going to have you just roll 4 dice. 4 d20s.
So 8 d20s?
If you're doing it advantage, then yeah. What I'll let you do is that you can do 2 at a time, if that's the way you want to do it.
Because, yeah.
And then I want you to add them all together for me.
Okay.
So advantage, 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 and then add those 4 together.
I can do 2.
I can do as many as we need.
Okay.
So how many do I need to do? 2?
We need to do
2?
4 rolls total. Pick the top out of each pool.
Yeah, but I meant how many spell slots so I can cross it off.
For each mold you make, it takes an hour.
But isn't like the front half it's 2 pieces, but it's 1 mold.
It's technically, but each piece takes
Okay.
time. Each piece takes
Each half of
an
the
hour.
mold takes half.
Yeah.
So we're going to need 6 total molds.
8. You need a back and front for the front and a back and front for the back.
Yes. 4 for the breastplate,
Correct. Yes.
and then 1 for the barrel, 1 for the Kopesh.
Right. Because you figured out the lodestone, you only need 1 for the barrel
Yep.
and 2 for the Kopesh. Oh, actually, 1 for the Kopesh if you just want it to be fully flat on one side.
So 2. So 4, 5, 6, 7 total molds.
7
Okay.
double molds.
I have 2 spell slots.
Okay. I didn't cross one off it. So
Do you have 5 that you can use?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 9.
Okay. So we're rolling with advantage for everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start off with the first 4 that needs for the breastplate.
Okay.
Let's roll the first one at advantage. Tell me what you get.
Natural 20.
These are Dex tool based.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Dex tinkering.
Dex tinkering.
So that makes it what, 26 is my highest. Yeah.
Same for me.
26 and 26.
Yep.
All right.
That's the first
We'll
one.
write some of these down.
The first one? Gotcha. I'm writing them down.
Oh, you are.
Yep. You got the first
Another
one.
natural 20?
Yeah, I got it.
So you got 2 charges.
No, I just rolled 2 nat 20s.
You
And
did-
that
oh,
one,
nice.
by the way.
You rolled a nat 20 at advantage on the first one and a nat 20 at advantage on the second one.
Correct, but I rolled a nat 1 with the nat 20.
That's amazing.
So if we need another one, I can actually do another enhance now.
So that's a 26 again?
Yep.
Okay.
He's at a second level spell slot, so.
I know.
25.
But unless Zemdex
I have
has
them
some.
though.
Oh, okay.
If I can save his spell slots if you're willing to burn.
Yeah, oh yeah.
those.
Just let me know and I will do that.
Okay,
So-
let's just do that for the next one then.
Yeah,
Make
cool.
it-
We'll figure out the spell slots after. On who gets out of what.
10 plus 24.
Mark
Okay.
them down as we go. It's
Okay.
just gonna make more sense.
You can marker just a
He's
Okay.
for this next one. He's upcasting.
If you're
because
good
he's spending
with
his
burning
spell
both of those,
I can
or
only
just one.
I can only do one right now.
I got 2 nat 20s.
You got 2 nat 20s.
Right, which gives me 3 motivator
slot. He needs
die.
to use several motivator die in order to.
I have to do at least 2 per
That's fine.
spell level.
Okay.
So, but yes, I will burn a second level this time. He'll upcast it.
You got it.
3rd mold.
So how many have we used?
You've used 2/3 so far.
Okay.
15 plus 14, 29.
What was the first one?
First set,
Yeah.
26 and 26.
What was the second one?
25 and 26.
Okay. And what's this one?
17.
17 and 29.
29. Guy's doing great.
Okay,
Last
so
one for
you're
the
using
breastplate.
another 3rd,
I'm my 4th. I'm done with 3rds.
or I'll use a 3rd then.
Okay.
26 again? No. 26 again.
9.
The reason why this is all so granular is because you guys are about to forge with adamantine. It is
So
technically
9
the most
and
hardest
26.
14.
magical catalytic material there is known to
No, you used the flash of genius?
I use flash G's
humanoids.
just to make it not a single digit number.
So what'd you get?
26.
And I got a 9, but he flashed a genius me to a 14.
Okay, so 26 and a 14.
2626, 2624, 1729, 2614.
I thought you said 2625 for the second one.
2624.
Okay. I had a 25 down for you.
Okay, can you give me the totals of each one then?
So
Since you have them written down.
you want like his roll and my roll,
Yeah, 26 and
Added
26, so
together. Yeah, yeah.
40, 58,
52.
so 51.
58, 56.
You're right.
No, I'm sorry, 52.
52,
Then 50.
58,
52, 50, 46, and 40.
40.
Say it one more time for me.
52, 50, 46, 40.
Those are really, really good rolls, guys. So you think that this breastplate's going to turn out exceptionally well. It's just going to come down to your actual forging capabilities next.
'Kay.
The mold is immaculate.
Okay.
It's exactly what you wanted.
Okay.
You also think that if you forge this well enough, it could have, just like how circumstance happens, it could have like a flash of genius where it could have it could come out with an enchantment all on its own.
Just sort of baked
Just
into it.
Just because of how well it's been forged.
Okay.
It's going to take a high number, but it could happen.
Next is the barrel.
Mark that down for me so I don't forget. Possible baked in enchantment. Yeah, let's do the barrel. Just one for the barrel, yeah.
Yes.
Who's spending spells for this one?
I will.
Okay.
I'll burn my last second. Or
Okay.
last third, sorry. Before you go to higher levels.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Forging.
You either roll natural 20s or natural 1s. I don't
And
know
that's
what it
a
is.
26.
Yes.
And mine was a 27
So that's 53.
53. Yet again,
for a total. Yeah.
it's going to have a lens thing built into it. There is a chance, if you guys can beat a 50 on the forging,
The pouring.
it could end up as a +3 rather than a +2.
Okay.
Write that down. Because I will forget.
I don't think I've had this many natural 20s in a session.
You have, but normally you're killing us.
Last is the Kopesh.
That is true.
Last is our two Kopesh parts.
Okay.
You want me to
Top
use
and bottom.
2 4 levels?
Are you good using 2 spells? Okay.
I
He's a
mean,
full caster.
I don't know what else is going to happen today, what else we're going to do today.
right, but that's still
All of a
leaves me
sudden,
with
an evil dragon comes.
At
and
least
you
me
have to
with
fight
a
it.
7th, a 6th, 2 5s, and still a 4.
I mean,
Okay, then yes,
Meckle's
please
still
burn.
off on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to calm him
I'm
down.
like, I still
We got
have.
to get back to that.
Yes, I can charge you guys.
I still have.
You can burn one,
Yeah, I can burn one.
so I can use a second level, and he can upcast it.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you use one of your fourths.
Okay. So that leaves me with
But both of these will be enhanced as well.
1 4.
It's like every once in a while, Thraz is just seeing your inspiration, and you see like sparks of electricity.
You see him
go
spin
across.
up, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Yes!"
Yeah, and as he goes like that, it's like Palpatine, and you guys get energized with the electricity.
Natural 20.
Oh my god! You're kidding me! Is that the third one in a row?
Yes.
That's the fourth
No, I got
No,
one.
no,
like,
total.
there was a
fourth total,
4
yeah.
or
That's
7.
4 total, but that's the third one in a row.
No. There was
No.
one in between that I rolled
You got
a 2 and a 7.
That's insane.
So another 26 for Kenton.
Yeah, he had a 9 on the third back,
Yeah.
and I
Amazing.
turned into a
flashed
14.
geniused it. 14 plus 14 is 28 for me. Okay.
So
Other half. That one's a 50.
That's a
54.
54.
54. Other half of that mold though. Another 40.
Natural 20.
you're
I can
kidding me.
That's another upcast available.
Same rolls.
16, and what's that other
Oh,
one?
you got another
That's a-
29, 28.
That's a Kraken.
Whoa!
All right. Any special
That's
notes
5
for
nat
the
20s.
So 54, 54.
54, 54.
for the Kopesh?
So the Kopesh is going to come with a baked-in enchantment if you do well. Like, you don't have to do 50 as well.
Okay.
You just have to do. It just has to not be like average. It has to be good. Which means I have to make fucking item cards now. Damn it.
Okay. But that was like our whole day.
Yeah, that was pretty much your whole
Was it 8 hours?
If you said it took like an hour to do this,
per check. So you did the
That was 12
schematics, which was
hours.
like
12
yeah, it was like
hours?
12 hours. Yeah, so that was all.
We're
day.
pretty spent.
did Meckle come back?
Mecca, what are you doing?
So, Michael's gonna play in this alley, and if nothing else happens until like mid-afternoon, to him or whatever, he's going to pack up the stuff and including the.
One thing does happen.
Oh, okay.
There's a small child, like a girl, that looks a little worse for wear, not as well off. That does show up and does just kind of like sit in awe of you playing and does seem to just enjoy it. She appears to be like a young Maitan girl.
Okay.
And she just, like, every once in a while when you hit like a really nice spot, she's like,
And there's nobody with her.
no, there's nobody with her.
As I'm gathering up my stuff or whatever, I will approach her and
Play more.
is there some place around here to get something to eat or a drink? I mean,
I know a place.
Sure. You want to hold this, and I'll pass her the hand crossbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lead the way.
It's the second child we've armed
With the hand crossbow.
with a hand crossbow.
She like expertly knows how to use it immediately.
Give me all your
She rolled a
money.
nat 20 on her shit. She absolutely, she's like, yeah.
And she's like, oh,
She
sorry, I
starts-
forgot. And then I'll hand her the bowl.
She starts going dun dun dun.
I start tambouring the theme song. So where does she take Michael?
She takes you to what looks like a sewer opening, and she says, "Down here."
What? No, I don't mean like. I don't drink out of the toilet.
Oh no, it's where food is.
You get drinks down here?
Sometimes, mostly not drinks, just food. Oh, mostly not drinks, just food.
Oh. Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
All right. Okay, lead the way. No,
Like
I
you've
meant-
got a disadvantage because he's like not socially aware, right?
Oh, I don't need it. I got a 5 with my bonus, so
She's just an innocent
yeah,
girl.
lead the way.
It's hard to read. She opens like the grate that's there, and she hops down. Come on.
All right, I'll hop down with her, and then I will cast light so that I can see.
Yeah, it appears to be like there's some. Every once in a while, there's like a sewer opening, like a grate, almost like an oubliette opening around the areas, so that sun shines down in here and it reflects off the water. So it appears to be like dimly lit throughout.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll just follow her then.
You follow her. She leads down some steps and around, and you guys are mostly on the narrow side stones flanking a kind of an aqueduct, like a sewer aqueduct that has the water running in through the middle.
Okay.
And you go down a few flights of stairs, and you approach a room that seems to be like kind of covered in mold and slime. Not like mold, but like some sort of slime and like lichen and those types of things. Like, here. She grabs some from the and starts munching on it. It's not tasty, but it works.
You sure you want to be eating that? I mean, is this all you've eaten for a while?
I don't have a choice.
Oh, I'll hand her a kebab.
She puts the stuff back on.
Yeah.
She doesn't throw it away. She puts it back on the wall to save for later. And she grabs a cup. Thank you.
Yeah. Look around.
It looks to be like kind of like where a lot of the water convenes, kind of like a cistern. And she does look to be like there are some rags off in a area that's a little bit more, an alcove that's a little bit more dry, that have been turned into some type of lean-to. There's a like teddy bear missing an arm and a leg and an eye. There's some rags that are laid down. There's a small, almost broken, small keg that appears to be filled with some type of liquid.
So this must be where you live?
For now.
Like, but yeah, okay.
You know from my memory that all Mahitans have twins.
Yeah, but Meckel's probably not thinking about that right at the moment. He's like,
You also know from his memory the last time he was in an area like this for these orphan kids.
is that when you took all of them out in the bottom of the lads?
No, those weren't orphan kids.
Oh,
Those were undead kids.
yeah.
They were
Okay.
undead orphans. No, he's referring to Miladonna's basement, where a lot
I don't
of them
know
had
if
been,
Matt knows what.
No,
a lot of some orphan children had been
there
bitten
was
by
a zombie
zombies,
outbreak in a town. we were
and
in.
so some dismemberment happened in order to keep them alive.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of surgeries happened, and a lot of
Yeah, but
lives
say,
were
had
please,
no
saved.
please don't make us do surgery again.
Yeah.
We had no way to stop their turning into zombies other than removing.
Okay, well, I mean, she's eating the kebab. She hasn't.
A lot of limbs were lost, but a lot of lives were
And she seems to have all of her bits.
That was a very traumatic session.
Don't think the fact that Argus can now regrow limbs hasn't done things.
Okay. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to
You
drink.
want to head back to Carradine?
I don't want to drink the
Can't
rest
now,
of your
before
your
it changes.
pint. There.
My water?
Yeah, your water. I tell you what. Is there? I have some platinum. That No, actually, I don't have that. No,
She drops the
I took
kebab
that.
and her eyes widen.
I mean gold. Sorry, God took my platinum. But I have some gold. I'll buy you some food if you got a restaurant you want to try.
She
Or
grips your clothes and like kind of pulls you closer. Don't lie to me.
what? No, here, and I'll show her the pouch of.
She like lets go and she's like her heart skips a beat and she's short of breath.
Calm down.
Don't kill the orphan with a heart condition.
Yeah, I know. Let me. Ouch. Calm down. It's just money. Or coins.
It's everything.
No, I don't think so. So do you have someplace you'd like to eat, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'll pick up the kebab and stab it into the slime mold that she had.
Oh,
Be
it
like,
just
yeah, like for later.
thank you.
And pick up the stuff and follow her, who still has the
Yeah,
hand
she
crossbow.
leads you to eventually she leads you out through the sewers. Appears to be like her way of getting around the city. She leads you through the sewers and she pops up through one of the grates and ends up in a little bit more of a well-to-do part of the city, and like I would say like middle, like well off somewhere around there, and there is a place that looks to be selling like camel burgers and like end of life camel burgers, and it's like a sit down restaurant where like the smell is divine. The smell is like extremely enticing.
You want to go here?
Never been to a restaurant before.
Well, me neither. So it'll be a first time. Well, I mean by myself.
You're not alone. And she grabs you and pulls.
All right, I will approach the restaurant with the little girl with
You see like the maitre d' or like the person who's there taking like reservations or seating people or the host there goes grabs a broom and is like, I told you before, no, and like begins to like push her away.
Yeah, I'll interpose myself, not with Iker or anything. Just interpose myself.
Sure, you like move in the way
And
and
be
as
like,
the broom
is
touches
there
your knee.
we were gonna eat. That's not. I don't think this is how it works.
You need coin to eat here, and I know she doesn't have coin.
This? Chink, chink, chink.
The broom gets put away, and he's like, is she stealing from you?
Does she look like she's stealing? Does she still have the hand crossbow?
She does have the hand crossbow, but it's like just idly like
Yeah.
hanging from one.
No. She was helping me find someplace to eat, so she wanted to eat here.
They're gonna roll an insight check.
Okay.
Yeah. They have no clue.
They don't know how to.
They
reach
whisper
you.
something to somebody else. And go like, I would prefer if she bathed first.
Do you have prestidigitation?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. But I might have.
Create water.
Actually, yes. You
So
can
just
make
create
it
a
hold
lane
still.
cloud
Yeah,
above her?
just.
She gets drenched and she's
And
like,
then I do it again, but this time I destroy the water.
okay, and she dries off.
Uh-huh.
She's like, hee hee,
Is that
again,
better?
again.
I didn't know why you didn't make her water down there. It was nice
Yeah,
and
just-
clean. But, you know.
So, he doesn't think of that stuff.
No.
So, yeah. So,
So you just cast magic, cast a rain cloud above her, it rinses her off, and then you cast it again and it dries her off. And this guy's like, right this way.
I now believe that you have money.
that's a better.
They lead you up to a balcony of like a private seating on this like one kind of like very French type of balcony where it's just like one table and two chairs, and just enough room for those two. It's up on the like the second and a half floor.
Okay.
And they come out with menus and they hand you, and like there's kebab specials, there's
Can either of them
burgers,
read the
there's-
menu?
Can you read?
I can read now.
Okay, that's right. We
Right.
taught you.
Yeah,
read
because I'm not writing anything
It is
down.
in Mauritian.
That I can't read.
You see her struggling like to sound out some things like ta. What's this word?
I don't. I'll look at the. Is it the same? Is the host serving us?
No,
or
the host is not here. It's a different person. Like it's just a human that appears to
waiter
have
or
like
waitress.
jot it down for you, sir.
You don't know Norwegian? You
Uh,
lived here.
I know whatever was common.
But he
He-
had sign language. Remember?
Yeah, I had sign language. So
Sign Norwegian.
yes.
Are there pictures or no?
There's a couple illustrations, but not every listing has an illustration.
I'll lean over to the little girl. Is there something you'd like to have that you haven't had before, or I don't?
Whatever that smell is that I always smell when I walk by.
What?
It's like, you're speaking of the end of life camel burgers.
Okay, you look pretty hungry. Can we take 2 each, and then maybe some water?
Of course, would you like a wine pairing with that? For you.
No, I'm fine with some juice or something. Last night it took
Fizzy water then.
just not fizzy water.
Then coconut juice?
Sure, whatever that is.
It's like, it's perhaps some citrus on the side.
Sure.
He's like, I'll get your order sent. I'm not even going to ask how you want your meat prepared.
Wait, hold on. Do you serve cat?
Pardon? No.
Okay, camel is fine.
It's like you see him like muttering, and Marie's like, "Ah, fuck, as he walks away.
Foreigners.
Foreigners.
Tourists.
You guys get your 2 burgers and some like fizzy water.
Oh,
with
there's
some-
2 for each of us.
Yeah, 2
Yeah,
for each
okay.
of us. 2 for each of you. Those burgers are rather large for her, but she's like, she goes ham on these things, just housing these burgers. You get your fizzy water with your like lemon.
I didn't
sip.
want fizzy water.
That's what they gave you. Fizzy water with some lemon wedges.
Okay.
You guys enjoy a very, very nice
Learn her
meal.
name.
You've learned about
Meko
burgers.
hasn't thought of that.
You've learned about burgers as another food other than kebabs.
I know. Put this on a stick. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burgers on
There
the
is like
stick.
a single like toothpick through it so that it doesn't fall
Okay.
apart. Yeah, it's got the
We'll
like
we'll
a
take
garnish on it.
So
You
now we're
taped it up.
establishing with Mikkel that kebabs come with different sized sticks.
Yeah, exactly.
In different orientations.
I do at some point have a little sword fight with her with the
The kebab.
the
She's
kebab stick.
Just
Yeah,
just giggling and like enjoying it, like just 2 kids out of a restaurant.
yeah, pretty much.
Eventually the bill comes. It's like a gold and a half. It's like a gold and 5 silver.
I'll ask the waiter. I'll open up the belt pouch and be like, "There's like 500 gold in here from it's my section of the."
You just see the waiter just gulp.
What is it with you guys? Anyways, how many of these?
I would like to be gracious and tip your most serviceable waiter than 2 of those.
Okay, I'll hand him 2 gold.
You're very kind. Thank you. Take all the time you need. Let me know if you need anything else.
575. All right.
I like how his manner improves once he knows you're actually rich.
That's normal.
Yeah. Not that I know that, but
No.
so
You're starting to learn.
yeah. So you live down in that place that you took me to earlier. Are you young?
This many.
That's old, I think. I think about Marines.
Be about 30 to 40 years old. So she's like probably a tween.
Sorry, you're made me sneeze almost there.
Like a little bit younger than a tween.
Okay. And you're by yourself?
Equivalent of a 9-year-old.
Now I am.
Well, that kind of sucks. Is that normal?
It does.
What?
It does.
Oh no! Don't! I'll try to distract her by poking her with a skewer sword. All right, that didn't work.
Hey, I'm a god that can raise dead.
Yeah. So do you don't have anybody looking after you? Is that a thing, or? I have somebody looking after me. I could introduce you to him. His name is Argus, and he's a god.
You're a god?
Yeah. Would you like to learn more about him?
That's what they ask me at the temple.
Oh, he doesn't have it. Well, I guess he kind of does. It sort of moves. Why would they ask you?
I go there for sanctuary some nights. And they ask if I'd like to know more.
Oh, that's not what I meant. No, that's yeah. I look around, being a little out of my league here.
there's nobody
Yeah,
around.
I
because
was
you're on
just like-
a solitary patio or balcony.
So is there some place you'd like to go? Or
Home?
like down below?
No.
So you were just staying there?
Yes.
So where's home?
Yeah. She just points off in the distance.
Can you be more specific?
She just looks harder and points a little different.
Do you want to go there now?
There's nothing left.
Okay. So Michael's just like, do you want me to play for you? Grab out the tambourine. I will try to pick up a jaunty drinking song that from
last
your
night?
memory. Yeah, and my memory, I guess. Yeah, we probably had a couple.
I mean, there's very good chance that you had Cole do a drinking song at least once when he was drinking.
Yeah,
the
so
dog.
I will start playing that to
Also,
try to cheer her up.
Yeah. Oh
My
yeah.
sister works in a bar,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a performance check.
and being a traveling mercenary.
Poop. So that's only going to be a 12 because I'm out of my league. Yes, it's a 1. A 12.
A 12. So you're playing and you're like, crap. Hold on, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Like, do that thing where you're trying to play Wonderwall and you haven't quite learned the chords just quite yet. Like that guy at camp that's brought the guitar and is like doesn't quite know how to play it just quite yet.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm a little out of my league here. So they took the money. Now what?
No, they took my sister.
The restaurant took your sister?
No.
Who took your
The
sister?
people who buried my house.
Okay.
The ones that said we didn't believe hard enough.
Do you know where your sister is? I mean, that they took her and.
No.
Kind of wish I had sending right about now. But they didn't. They only took your sister, but they didn't take you.
I ran. I tried to bring her. They caught her. I tried to fight. They did this. And you see this big scar as she pulls like some of her ear and hair away. You see this big scar that goes from the top of like her temple all the way down to her chin.
Oh, that's. You want me to fix that for you?
What?
I can take it away.
She pinches it. She's like, I don't have anything else of hers.
Okay. Well, let's go to your. Do you have anybody that you know around where you used to live?
Yes.
Anybody you want to go and see?
No.
Okay, so I can walk you back to your dwelling, or you can come meet God with me.
Is he just an old man in robes?
No. He's kind of short, a little plump.
Are you going to kill me?
Why would I? No.
You said to meet God.
Oh, no. His name is Argus. He's a friend of mine.
Okay.
You don't have to go anywhere to meet
Is it
him as in.
safe?
Huh?
Is it safe?
It is. Yeah, it's safe. I'll protect you.
okay.
Okay. Just realized something. I don't know where I am.
I was waiting for that this whole time.
And we're gonna go back.
I'm leading the blind.
It's your first day in this city, and you
And
just
it's a huge city.
And
So,
she just walked through the tunnels.
yeah, so I
no
know
concept of where you were.
So we go back to you guys. Where are you guys headed? To
I mean, we
We've
spent
been gone
12
for 12
hours.
hours.
Yeah.
Doing
Yeah,
this. So, was there anything else?
It's been like the day. It's the sun is
Yeah,
setting.
he's just been contemplating while he's been deep in thought, just like, oh, they're getting some inspiration here.
do you have? So you first time at a restaurant? Has she eaten both those burgers?
Oh yeah, she housed those.
Okay.
She's,
halfway.
So
Halfway on your walk, she's gonna pass out, and you're gonna end up having to carry
yeah.
her.
yeah, she's a child who just ate a ton of food. She's about to go into a food coma.
Yeah. Is there like I know that?
Yeah.
You don't. But all of a sudden, she's gonna get real sleepy.
So is there some place you want to stay at night instead of, or do you want to go back here? Because I don't know where in this place my friends are at this moment. But if you know a safe place to stay the night,
I know my place.
is there a place that's bigger for both of us, like that actually has?
There is a big alcove about 2 tunnels down.
Are you comfortable there, or would you rather try staying at one of these inns?
An inn?
Yes.
You can do that?
Ching, ching, ching. Apparently.
Do you want to look for an inn?
Yeah, follow her to.
Yeah, you can easily, you start walking for a couple blocks before you find a traveler's inn or a tavern.
Okay.
You bring a child in, which is a little odd.
No, what I was going to say is I was in a tavern the other night.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like she would fit in a tavern.
Yeah.
So I'm
It's
going
like tavern
to.
/ inn.
Yeah, but so I'm going to look for a place that's a little quieter.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
Wow, I'm rolling like my god. I got a 4.
So you guys are wandering until the sun sets. You're trying to find something.
Okay.
And, the closest thing you are able to find is kind of a seedy joint that is just a tall, skinny inn. It doesn't really have room for a tavern, so it doesn't have a tavern.
Okay.
But doesn't look like anything any of these people have stayed in before. It looks like run down.
Does it at least look? I mean, run down and unclean are two different things.
Yeah, it doesn't look like super unclean. It just kind of looks run down.
Okay. What do you think of this place? It's the only thing that
It has a bed?
if it doesn't,
You see the person like, yes, we have beds.
okay, do you have a room with 2 beds?
Sure, they're skinny.
I don't think that'll be a problem. How much for the, well,
2 gold per person per night.
I'll look at her and be like, do you know which one's 2? And I'll grab a handful of gold and show her. Alright, I'll give him 2 gold.
Per person.
Oh, sorry, I'll give him 2 more.
Great, here you go, here's your key. Leave me alone.
I'll hand it to her. I don't know what to do with this.
I think I know what to do.
Okay.
You guys go up the stairs. It's like a spiral staircase that goes up several floors. Before they look at the symbol on there, and you look at the symbol on the door, puts the key in the door, turns it the wrong way. Can barely reach the.
I mean, I will
turns it the other way.
assist if.
You turn it the other way, open the door. It's kind of cramped in here, but it does have beds. A little tiny window, about like this big.
Okay. Now, you pick whichever one you want.
It's got like one small nightstand that's shared by both beds,
Okay.
and it's got a candle on it, and one drawer. You pull out the drawer. It's like a book that says "The Sultan of Sand."
Nice. I shut the door. Or shut the drawer,
The Gideon
whatever.
Sultan of Sand.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little abridged version.
Yeah.
No, pick which bed you want.
She jumps on the bed. She's like, she's just jumping and jumping, and she pulls up the sheets and she pushes it on her face. She's like,
Okay.
and she's like, oof. Thank you.
Yep. I'll go over to the window after she starts and try to see if I can figure out where the hell I
The
am.
window's like about this big.
Yeah, I know.
It's got like one wooden bar in it. It's not like a shutter. It's just a hole in the wall.
I'm gonna look out. What do I see?
The opposite of another building.
That's not helpful.
It's like those little windows in New York City where you see a brick wall.
Yeah. I guess I will, well, the door's shut. So I'll take off my pack and stuff like that and set them on this little nightstand.
Sure.
And I'll go to sleep.
Okay, you go to sleep.
Alright.
Go to sleep with this child in the room.
I'm gonna do things if Michael's not showing up before we go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah. The sun sets
I mean,
and we're
at
like,
this point,
oh, shit,
it
where's
still
Michael?
could be like 8 o'clock, and
Yeah.
she's already like down for the count, and I'm just like, well, there's not.
Just practicing with your tambourine.
Well, there's not- well,
quietly.
Yeah, there's not much I can do
Yeah.
at this because I'm so far out of my depth at this point that it's
Yeah.
like,
Doodling in your book, like, you know, writing.
no, not writing in my
No,
book.
he doesn't write.
Oh, okay.
Last time he did that, bad things happened.
Yeah.
So he learned his lesson.
Yeah,
So you just passing the time somehow.
yeah, I will. Actually, let's see. I don't think I have any. Do I have Cole's bag or do you? You have Cole's.
I
Cole.
gave you Cole's bag, and then you started taking the money. So I took the money out of Cole's bag.
Oh, so I still
You have the
Cole's
stuff.
bag?
But I think
You
you,
just
gave
don't
it.
have
I can't remember if you gave it back to me.
I
think you
have it
might-
on here as question mark. I think you just have the tab or whatever.
I don't know if you gave it back to me or not, but you can have Cole's bag. if you
Alright,
want it.
so I will look through. I should have looked through this earlier. Meckel thinks to himself.
Yeah, that sounds like a true Meckel thought.
Yeah, where is the. So there's a couple books in here. So I'm just gonna grab one at random.
Which one do you grab?
Because there's Cole's journal and then a couple of actual books.
Yeah, it says the Trials and Tribulations of Drugan Knockback.
There's a
Yeah.
couple of versions of that in there too.
Well, this one just says first edition notebook and Q edition. So
You can grab the first edition. You pull it out.
sure.
It reads like a narrative journal, kind of like narrative fiction, but also like not quite fiction, kind of like if a journal was written into a novel. And you read through the trials and tribulations of Drugan Knockback, and you learn some of the history of Drugan Knockback, who was a field medic in the war against the Celendian Empire during the Great War between the dwarves and gnomes and the elves, way back.
Can he? Because Cole actually had to translate it a
thought
bit
it was-
just to get like the little bit of information he had gotten from it.
It's not in common.
No, it's
No,
an ancient dwarf.
It's like
It's an ancient Dwarven.
Yeah.
You can't read ancient Dwarven, can you?
Nope.
So you open it up, and it's in a language you can't read.
Okay, so everything you just said, I'll forget, and then
Well, you know some of that anyway from my
There's
memory.
definitely notes
Right.
in the margins, however, that are in common. That look far more recent. That are Cole's.
Yeah,
notes.
probably.
okay.
There's a lot of notes in the margins. Like, the margins are filled.
All right, so I'll set that one aside. How about Paul's Tome of Poisons and
That's in common.
Punctures? I will read that then.
Yeah, you're reading that. You learn about some herbs and stuff that are poison. You learn about deadly nightshade. in this book is actually some type of slime mold that looks very similar. The illustration looks very similar to what you hadn't eaten, but she was eating. It says edible in extreme cases, may cause botulism if continually eaten.
Does it explain what botulism is? Because Mekl sees
it
words.
says like C index 3AC, and you can turn to botulism and explain.
I don't know what an index is, so I'm just going to keep reading.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I'll be looking at that. Then.
Okay. Cool. So it's past sundown, and Mekl has not returned.
Well, you don't even know if Mekl left.
Well, they look around.
Oh
and
yeah, yeah.
Well, we come back.
We go to
from
make dinner.
making like out of the molds, and
Has anybody seen Mekl all day?
No, I haven't. But if there was
Papa
a
Mike
problem,
is-
we would have heard it at least.
Papa Micah said, he left about the time that you started doing your stuff.
it's been a long time.
Shit.
Do you have a way to find him?
I got sending. I got scrying. I don't have.
Yeah, look at the non-magic person to see if I have a way of finding him.
I didn't prepare any locates. I wasn't preparing for everyone to run away from us today.
That's fine.
But I can scry on him, or what do you think will be more beneficial?
Do you think he has the information to answer where he is?
It's Mekl.
I know. That's.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thinking us seeing where he is going to give us more information.
Well, Matt is laughing now because you're.
Then asking him questions because his answers are not going to be.
I'll be honest. I don't
That'd
think
be
either
helpful.
one of them is going to give us very much information.
We'll at least know if he's okay.
Yeah, that at least is the good part there.
Let's scry first. I'll burn the 5th level first.
Good thing I'm wearing an amulet.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. But that would be funny,
You don't
wouldn't
have
it?
one. I would have known, and I wouldn't have scried on you.
Yeah. Well, I do what I want.
Okay. I believe you have to roll a wisdom save.
You feel your god looking upon you. Do you fight it?
I mean, do I have to make a roll anyways? Because it's
Yeah.
It's a
I think
wisdom
you
saving throw.
okay. Oh, sure. Now, and it's 21.
So it just
I feel
doesn't
something
work.
poking in my brain, and I'm like, no.
It just doesn't work, I think.
Because it's minus 10 if I have a piece of him.
Which you probably do. Yeah.
So, well, I got a 13 on the die and a plus 8 wisdom save.
And mine is 18.
So the target can fail the saving throw if they voluntarily if they want to.
But it says if they know.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
If the target knows you're casting the spell.
Right.
And I don't.
You don't.
Well, yeah, depending on
And they
knowledge
get
too.
a minus 10 if you have
A piece of them.
a piece of their body.
A body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, or the like.
Yeah, but it's it's also a
you
minus
have a
5
piece of
if you know
metal?
the target well.
Yeah, but minus 5 still doesn't get.
No.
Do you have a piece of his body?
Why would you have a piece of my body? I mean, I
You
have
some type
ashes.
of reliquary?
I haven't
I
gone
haven't
with the
started
barista or
making
something.
them.
Well, how much do you need to get him to?
He has to beat an 18, and he got a
21.
So minus 5 gets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so minus 5 would do it.
Okay.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
knows you very well. You shared my.
That's why I was like, wait, a minus.
Sorry,
thought it was
I
fairly
didn't
close.
do the math.
And they
You didn't
stacked
do the
too.
math.
So
That's all right. I don't either.
So
Yeah, so it's even with that. Roll,
So you
still-
see through your scrying spell a cramped. You see a laying on his back in the bed, reading through a book of poisons. Is Mekl with a small nightstand with his pack near it and a small window in this area of like wood and limestone. You're trying to move the scrying just a little bit to see a little bit, and you see what looks like another. You can't tell what they are, but another individual also in a bed nearby. It's hard to tell because they're under the covers. out
Can
the
I
window.
tell if it's a prison or a inn?
It doesn't look like a prison.
Okay.
Um,
Just it's Meckle.
the only reason why you know that is because the bar is wooden, not metal.
Okay.
The one bar that's in the window, it's not metal, it's wooden.
I felt like that was the.
It looks like an in room, like the stereotypical.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like
Looks
an
like
in-room,
a dive. Is what
Yeah.
but it's a dive in room. You try to look out the window a little bit. You just see. The best you're going to be able to get from this is going to be a cardinal direction because of if you can see the sun or not that's setting, or at least on the horizon, just out of the corner, like if you're looking at it a weird way, so that you don't see just the building that's the opposite. Go ahead and roll a
It's
perception.
also-
check.
Except they got there after sundown.
Yeah.
Right, but there's still afterglow on the horizon,
Perception.
just like alpine glow in Colorado.
22.
22. It looks like they might be east by northeast of you.
In a giant city.
Find that one room.
Meckle's in a shady inn with wooden bars that's like in the northeast general area.
It could be like,
Log would know exactly where I am.
I'm not familiar with every inn in the city.
Do you know what general area that would be?
What did it look like?
I explained it to him.
That looks like probably part of town that's a little more run down. The lower quarters up in the northeast, perhaps?
Okay.
Which is like half a square mile.
Alright.
Or maybe less than that, but
Do we think Meckle would have paid attention to the name of the inn he was in?
Threz just looks at you like you're crazy for asking that question.
it most
Meckle
likely,
doesn't pay attention to where we are in general.
Yeah, he's right.
most likely would have been in Common and Maresian because most taverns and inns are, because travelers go in and out.
Can ask if he saw a name when he went in there. Or a street name.
Yeah.
Or we can just go try and find him in the morning before we go to the forge.
Or do we let him ride?
Wait, can't you?
Seems
Can't
safe
you?
enough.
Can't you have a way to locate him in the morning?
I'm reading a book of
could,
poisons.
yeah.
He looks safe enough.
Yeah.
He's trying to protect himself. He's reading Cole's Book of Poisons.
He's not going to be able to find his way back to us.
No, we would have to go find
We
him.
will have to go find him.
I just see Trishetti spending a whole 7th level spell on teleport to go get him.
No.
I see that happening.
But we could get close and she could just start messaging. Meckle? 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 Meckle?
I'm like a lost dog.
Yes.
I mean, what do you think?
You said he was in a inn
Yeah, he's in a room.
reading a book.
Do I message him and remind him to lock the door?
Yes.
Oh, there was that.
That seems like something he wouldn't do.
Come up with a
I mean,
plan. Like,
depending on how.
don't forget to lock the door. We'll come find you in the morning. Do you remember the name of the inn?
He does get to respond.
He does get to respond.
He only has 25 words. It is Meckle.
He could go run out, look at the
Meckle, don't talk. Go look at what the name of the inn is, and tell me what you know it.
And don't forget to lock the door behind you.
Is that what you send him?
Do we feel he's safe enough?
You're describing this to us, so we.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I'm talking to you about everything
I know.
that's happened.
I know.
Papa Micah Haladim, is he
How
going to be
safe?
safe in an inn? Is he going to get robbed in the middle of the night?
I'm not sure why you ask us. We don't know like every place.
This
in the city.
is this
But it's
city.
your city.
If he's in the lower quarter of the north, there's a chance he could get robbed. But
Ask him to go run, find the name of the inn. We should get him tonight.
I feel bad for the people that try to
He's
rob
walking
you.
around with a big bag of money.
There is that.
I took his platinum at least.
He's still got like hundreds of
The
gold.
damage
you
he
just
does
gave me
to
my
us when
share.
he's just slightly angry, I feel bad for the people who
That-
try to rob him.
If I know him, he's been flashing around to everyone that he's bought a
That's
kebab.
very true.
So everybody in the lower quarter knows there's a giant bag of gold walking around.
Right.
We should go
that's
find
true.
him. Message him, see if he can find out the name of
All
the
right,
inn.
I'm gonna message Michael.
Don't talk. Look for the
Michael?
name of the inn.
Don't talk. Run downstairs and get the name of the inn, then tell me. We are coming to get you. Who the hell are you with?
Then go back to your room and lock the door.
And don't forget to lock the door.
God has stepped away. Oh,
I'm responding to you.
no, I know. I was. Wait, so she's completely knackered.
Yeah, she's out.
She's out. All right. I will leave the backpack and whatnot there, along with the tambourine, and go out. And then I'll go back into the room, get the key, go out, fiddle around until I think it's locked, and work my way down the spiral staircase. Who's at the desk?
Same dude, just
Hey, hey. What's the
told
name
you
of
to
this
leave me
place?
alone.
What's the name of this place?
The Cup and Muggin.
There you go. Back up.
You hear all of that because of the
Yeah.
spell.
I hear all your words that you're saying.
Oh, yeah. Then I'm sending him around.
No, you're not at 25 yet.
No, I know that. I'm just saying.
But yes, you hear, hey, what's the name of this inn?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I go back up, unlock the door. Everything looks okay.
In the 5 minutes he was downstairs.
Seems to.
Okay. I mean, she's still there and everything?
Yeah, she's
Okay. I will. Door is locked.
Where is it? What's the name of this place? Door is locked.
He's a 14.
Can you help me find her dead sister? I mean,
Missing sister.
missing sister.
Yeah.
I mean,
done.
and then it's cuts off.
You didn't repeat the name of the inn.
You didn't.
You didn't.
Which isn't a totally a Necro thing to do.
We're gonna take a break. We'll be back up a little bit.
I didn't even realize that Meckel didn't.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, you're great.
Completely a Meckel thing to do.
That is totally a
Perfect.
Meckel
Yeah.
thing.
We'll be back in a little bit, guys. Stay tuned. Stay safe.
That doesn't sound like a place you're gonna get robbed.
Hello and welcome back. We left off with
Bad situation.
It's not a horrible situation.
well, we left off with you finishing the sending and not giving any of the information he asked for.
Yeah.
You're not dead.
Yeah, but did you die?
But did you die?
Okay. Holonym and Papa Micah. Meckel has found a lost little girl.
They look at each other with their brows like
Um,
up.
I'm wondering if I'm assuming he'd want to bring her with him to try to find a place for her. Because I don't know who else would be with Meckel.
Where is his sister?
From what he said, dead. I
But
might be able to bring her back.
You didn't get any indication of race or anything from Meckel.
But I did from scrying.
No, you didn't.
No,
She
she
was
was
under
not
the
in your
covers.
vision.
She's under the covers. Yeah. Because you
Well-
can only see.
So
They're just assuming lost child because this is a city of.
And you mentioned sister, so we're putting 2 and 2 together.
It was a small lump.
Yeah.
It was a small lump. It wasn't a full adult-bodied lump.
Yeah.
and you said, "Can you help me find her dead sister?" And we're in a Maitan city where
Yeah.
It's
All
pretty
sisters
easy to
are
go from
twins.
point A to point B on that.
Yeah.
Just making it clear.
Yep.
Anyways,
So, if we bring her back here, is that someone that would you be willing to watch after her?
They both look at each other, and their like brow does this type of thing where it like unfurrows. And they both say to you at the same time, "Of course."
They have that silent communication sort of
Yeah.
thing going on.
Okay.
did he give you the name?
No, he didn't give me the name.
It's Mech.
Did you expect him to?
It's Meckel. Did you really think that was going to happen?
I heard him go down. I heard him ask someone what it was and say thank you, and then come back up and ask me if I'll help their dead sister.
That tracks. Just be very careful in how you word the question if you send him again, I guess.
Do we?
What other option do we have?
We leave him
I
there
can't
until
let
morning.
Meckel get robbed with some little girl until he goes freaking tantrum and ends up eating her. I
Yep.
can't, this is not something
You're not
I
wrong,
can just...
but just
I want to see the
You're
look
not
on the
wrong.
face of the dads at this point.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Ankmoots are like
super awkward. Like,
yeah.
This is
what I was telling you earlier. They are.
Did Trishani pass out
Trishani's
on her
friends
books?
are weird.
They eat children.
I've never seen him, but he doesn't eat people intentionally.
If he metamorphosizes,
He has a
can
condition.
eat something that is dead. So, that's the problem.
He has a
If
condition.
they got mugged and someone
pain
killed them,
causes him to
Become a pain in
Transform?
the ass.
And when he is transformed, he is not in control of his actions. If someone tries to rob him and harms him in the process,
he could tantrum.
At
he could become his beast instead of
point of
who he is.
order with that, if that happens, we will know where he is.
Yeah, but I'm not risking innocent lives to see where he is.
I didn't say we risk the lives. That would mean we send people to rob him. Just saying, if it happens, we do know for sure where he is then.
I can't send it. Meckel, what is the name of the place you are at? Of course I can help, but you need to get to me. Or I need to get to you. So help me help you.
I don't know where you are,
Jesus.
so I can't get to you. I asked the guy downstairs. He seemed really sleepy.
That's it.
Shit.
I knew as soon as you started talking that.
Yeah, that's why I started counting real quick. I was like, oh fuck, we're not gonna get it again.
Yeah. You can't cast fireball from that far away.
Don't think I won't try.
Can I upcast and help him like make it go that far?
It doesn't increase range, just damage.
I know. I was trying to have some
Like,
fun
come
with
on.
it.
I'm so almost out of spells.
Here's a question. Would Mekl count as a point of large magical energy?
Mekl's form changing abilities, if that's what you're referring to, are scientific, not magic.
I was trying to see if maybe I could locate him with my compass. That's what the question was.
He has two magical items on him.
Yeah, but
The tambourine and the sword.
I didn't know the
Strongest-
tambourine was magical.
yeah,
It's a
but
+1 tambourine, of course it's magical.
I didn't put
I go
two
to
and
the
two together on that
strongest
one.
and nearest source though.
Yeah, that would be us.
That would be you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
I don't go back to reading for a minute because
Do you have any more spells?
I'm waiting for.
Yes, but is that gonna help?
First thing you say better be the name of the inn.
yeah, you actually think
Or you
that's
just say, what's the name of the inn, and say nothing else.
You do tend to distract me.
I don't know. But Argus doesn't like wasting his energy. So if you've
You
noticed in
shouldn't
all,
have gotten Mekl as all.
I know, but all of his sendings, you know that he always tries to use every single word in all of his sendings.
I am using every single word. I'm not
No,
wasting
Argus.
them.
Argus does.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying in reply.
And you do as well, but you don't use helpful information.
Little data, lots of words.
Yes. So, Mekl, respond first with name of the inn. Then talk.
Okay. Mekl, tell me the name of the inn.
Cup and Pot Inn. Are you coming now, or are we waiting around? Because I think she's already asleep.
Okay. I'm not telling him again. Alright, he's in the cup and you said the wrong freaking name.
There was a long time for Mekl to go upstairs. Matt forgot what the name of the inn was, so...
He called it like the Cup and Potter Inn?
Not Potter.
What'd you say?
Pot.
God, you guys are playing the worst game of telephone right now.
The Cup and Pot Inn? Is there anything that's similar? Because I don't trust him.
They both look at each other and they're trying to figure it out.
Well, yeah, because they'd already told us they don't know the name of every inn in the city.
They don't know. They don't know.
Anything else?
Trisheni?
Hello?
Hey, Trisheni's not from here.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, but she didn't live here.
She's been gone
Machete
for a
did.
long time.
She didn't grow up here, and Machete did.
That's right.
Hello?
But she's been connected to her.
Right.
Okay. You ask her.
Yeah.
Is this a place that Machete would have
Is,
Can you
is
roll?
she connected
Does
to?
anybody have her sheet?
No.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Is she connected to Machete right now? That was also part of that.
No.
No, but she remembers stuff.
So it looks like we might be going on a vampiric jaunt through the night.
That's fine. We can go find him.
You know the name of the inn.
No, we don't.
I can't believe I got upstairs during our
I
break
think you
and
still
went,
have like 10 words.
Well, I already said hello twice
I know.
because there's no response.
I can't. I'm not casting my last 7th level spell to respond to you.
I know, but I got you to like 11 words before those two hellos.
She has a
so-
plus 10 in history.
With a 18, does she know where this place was?
You rolled an 8.
Okay. Nice. 18.
You just keep babbling
the
about
cup
the
and
girl.
pot in? The cup and pot, the cup and pot, the cup.
It's Mekl.
Cup in something.
Or pot and something.
Something
I
else.
know there's a
that's in
place where
container?
like the cup and
In-
cup and muggins
In the lower quarter.
in the lower quarter northeast. So I know a place called Cup and Muggins.
Can
But
you
it's-
Probably.
It's where they give you a cup and then they
mug you?
mug you.
I didn't
So
get a cup.
probably.
Yeah, nobody stays there.
Mecklewood? Can you point? Can you give us directions to that?
Yeah,
place?
sure. And she writes a crudely drawn map for you guys.
Thank you. We're gonna go get him and this little girl, so they don't get mugged in the middle of the night.
Your disciple is such a pain in the ass.
I didn't ask him to follow me.
Trisheni, you stay
I
here
told him there are no gods.
in case Log comes.
Her head's down. She's like
No
working
god
on-
asks you
Okay.
to follow them.
to work on schools.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh yeah?
Thraz, you coming with us?
Yes.
Okay. I hop into work.
Isn't it dark out?
Yes.
Let's be conspicuous.
Hey,
He does not make a lot of noise. He's very nimble for an automaton.
Great. Now I see him just tracing through the thing on his like tippy toes.
Okay, we're gonna go find this place.
Okay. Everyone roll survival check.
I got a 16.
Not
22.
you.
Good.
22.
19.
let's go with the story dice for this.
Ha!
10.
Thraz is. You're.
Thraz is having fun because because it's dark and it's night, and he has that new cloak. So he's just kind of he's just disappearing in and out of shadows as he's doing it.
Hey, watch
walking.
this.
That's how he's walking.
Yeah. Okay. 19 and 22. You're able to read Trisheni's map very, very well. You're used to her handwriting and you know how that works. You're able to get them to the area. You, on the other hand, are looking at every single building, trying to look at names. Some of them are only written in Mauritian, and some of them are written in Mauritian and Common. Eventually, like about 2 hours after the sun has set, like 2 or 3 hours maybe even, you come across this place called the Cup and Mug Inn. Skinny building, rises about like
We
4 or
walk
5
in.
floors.
I think this is probably the place. Hey! Some weird human come in here?
With a little girl.
How would I know?
Because you're working here?
I don't remember.
Hey! I turn my eyes fire. Why don't you tell me?
Remember!
I use
Maybe you
thaumaturgy.
can remember, maybe you can jog my memory.
I use thaumaturgy, and then all the windows and doors bust open. Where?
Go ahead and roll intimidation check.
What is my...
Thraz stands behind him and just lets his like
14.
stuff like glow a little bit
14.
harder so I can
I
help
rolled
him
a
out.
13. I only plus 1 to intimidation.
I'm trying to help you out there for some advantage.
You
if you
want to
want.
help? Go ahead. Yeah, you can give it advantage.
That also gives me another motivator.
I rolled less.
Was it a natural 20?
No, there's a 13 and a 10.
Anytime I take the help action, I get a motivator die back.
Oh, okay, cool.
So 14, because I plus 1 to intimidation.
Argus. Not the place for that.
I'll
Flip a
burn.
gold coin out.
I will burn your building to the ground.
Snatches it from the air. He's like, maybe on the 4th floor. I don't remember.
Maybe on the 4th floor. Do you want me to have my friend take that gold coin back from you?
Probably on the 4th floor.
Can burn your building down.
Yeah, it's probably on the 4th floor.
Thraz just like makes
What's
his
the
weapon keep-
probability?
It's probably because I don't remember.
Go up to the 4th floor.
Mekl! I pound on the door.
Is there only one door?
On the 4th floor, there are 2 doors.
We go pound on each door.
Don't know who's on the other one.
Yeah, you definitely pounding on the wrong door. It's like there's a half orc that's like half naked in a towel that walks out. Yeah.
Sorry. Wrong one.
Wrong door.
No, I think you got the right one.
I'm a robot.
That, no kink shaming.
He was like, yeah, I think you got the right one.
Thanos just looks at him and goes, "You're not my type."
I did order some.
Word's shoulders slump in sympathy, and he turns and walks to the other.
Oh, don't run away from your feet.
Meckle! I will burn your door down.
As I open the door, she's sleeping. Well, she was. Is she still sleeping?
You have not been quiet.
Argus
Yeah,
is not
she's still
quiet.
sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, certain kids.
Shh.
Trishani told us this is the place they mug you when you go to sleep.
Well, nobody showed up.
You haven't gone to sleep.
Well, I've been trying to.
Check your belongings and let's go.
Okay, I make sure that I have a bag with some gold in it
Yeah, you do.
and some tambourine.
You do.
Check your bags.
I do a quick perusal
Okay.
and I gently wake her up.
You wait.
Hey. My friends are here to help look for your.
She looks around. There's like a bunch of people in the room now. She's a little scared.
They're here to help find your sister.
Thought you said she was dead. Didn't she know where she is if she's dead?
I didn't say she was.
You said she was dead.
Yeah, but then I said I meant missing.
I don't think
spell
he heard
only
that
gives
part.
you 25 words.
I don't know that spell.
You got to be very
Probably learn
careful
it.
with the words that you say when you're responding to his spell.
Didn't it raise
Don't
your
waste it.
questions when we kept having to contact you?
So her sister is missing,
Right.
and we need to find her.
Correct? I'll look at her.
Young one, we will help find your sister. We need to get you somewhere safer so that we can sleep tonight.
Okay. This is pretty safe. There's walls.
No, this is not safe. This is a place where they take what you bring with you from you once you fall asleep.
I don't have anything.
But he does.
I think it's all here.
You look through the bag. There's a couple things that are out of place, but nothing's missing.
Okay. Grab your crossbow and let's go.
Can I roll an insight check to see if Michael actually paid attention to what the hell he did?
About what the hell he went.
That he actually looked in his bag?
I did
Okay,
look
yeah.
in my bag.
Like, well,
That's different.
22.
He looked in his bag pretty well. He noticed he looked a little confused because a couple things were like in places he didn't put them, but nothing appears to be missing.
Meckle,
What?
give me your bag. I'm gonna go through his bag.
Okay, go ahead and roll an investigation.
You have a better idea of probably what's in
20.
Cole's bag.
20. Doesn't look like anything's missing. There's just a couple things that look like they're in odd placements. Like there's something very, very small in a large pocket, and the larger thing it looks like it's been shoved into the smaller pocket. It doesn't
So,
really
like,
fit very
And it
you
doesn't
order
look
from
like there's
Amazon.
anything extra there.
Not that you can tell.
And I'm gonna say this: putting things back in the wrong spot is probably a very Meckle thing to do.
Have you ever had a
trust
piggyback ride from a robot?
No.
Why don't you climb on?
She scrambles on. She's like,
I make sure she has her crossbow.
Okay.
Just in case you need to protect him, I'll hand her a couple more bolts from Cole's bag. So she'll have 4 bolts.
she stuffs them into her robes. Into her
Great.
sash.
Arming children. Just another day. Let's go.
You say they should be able to
She
protect
shoots
them.
the crossbow and it goes. And it goes into the wall across
Did
the
the half orc run away when she shot the crossbow?
Oh, it's not across the hallway.
Oh.
Into the same room, just the opposite wall.
Thraz grabs it out of the wall.
That was a good shot.
I can't reach it.
Therese actually watches you try and reach it for a minute before he pulls it out.
Okay, let's get you.
I'm gonna start
back.
walking back towards
And
the
let's
front
not
door.
run off again.
You head down the spiral staircase, which is Whir is having a
It's
tough
tight.
time fitting
It's
down
tight.
the spiral staircase. But you guys eventually head back down, and Meckel and the girl, and he's like, "What? You're not staying? You paid for the whole night."
Keep
What?
the change.
Don't mind if I do.
You don't want your money back.
That was.
These are not the people you want to play with.
It was only 4 gold. It's fine.
4 gold for this doll? What the hell's wrong with you?
4 gold is a lot more money than you think it is.
Let's get out of here before
We
it
need to
burns.
teach you the value.
You need to take away his gold.
No, it's the only magical thing I own.
It's his gold. If he wants
You
to
have
waste it,
tons
he
of
can
magical
waste it.
things.
It's
Yes,
my
but
gold,
this
and I
seems
will
to
take it
people
back.
like you when you have this stuff.
They do. They don't like you. They like that, and they want
Also-
to take it from you.
Yes.
How about we get a separate pouch and put 100 gold, which is a lot of money, and we'll store your other gold in Zemdag's bag holder.
Completely separate from all the other gold. So it's your gold.
Will I get double the gold if we give it to the law?
The little girl is like,
Yeah.
No,
don't-
because Log will use it.
Oh, okay.
You will get negative.
Log will buy
gold.
drugs.
So I guess
He seems a little mercurial.
we make our way back to.
Papa my gun.
yeah, you can make your way back to the Ankh Boot establishment if you'd like to. It's night this whole time, so by the time you get there, it's like, late.
Yep. Time for bed.
And time for bed, most likely. The little girl has fallen asleep on the back of Whir, and Whir's just kind of like doing this and holding her like this way.
She ate 2 burgers the size of your head.
Nice.
How many kebabs?
1.
She
Well-
probably dropped her crossbow at some point.
You see Haladim come out and like carefully lift the girl from Whir, and you see Papa Micah go, "We'll take care of her."
Apparently, it's her
Good news
sister
and bad
is
news.
just missing.
She's missing, not dead, but she's missing.
She's right here.
She,
No,
yeah,
her
no.
twin.
Sister.
And she has
Oh.
a scar, but she doesn't want me to get rid of it because it reminds her of something. I don't know her name.
You can get rid of. You don't know her name? How
It
long?
never came up.
It never came up.
I didn't think about it.
Deal with this
Meckel,
tomorrow.
Repeat after me.
We'll deal
Hi,
with
my
this
name
tomorrow.
is Meckel. What's your name? That's how you introduce yourself to people.
I'm tired.
Me too. Of this bullshit.
You always make me tired.
Let's find a nice place for her, and we will look for her sister.
They nod and bring
Yeah,
her.
one other thing. She's been eating. I'll pull out the
The book.
Poison
book.
book.
It was like, she's been eating this stuff? So it doesn't seem like it's been good for her. So if she has any sort of tummy issues.
Poor little one. And they both look at each other again. I believe that it's probably not the only one here. The zealots probably, or undoubtedly, destroyed a lot of families.
She did say that they attacked her house and she ran, but they got her sister, but her parents are dead. So I told her that my god can help her. She got a little bit crazed by that, and I assured her you weren't an old man in robes, which seemed to really freak her out. Some local temple or something.
They look at each other again and they say, I think we have another purpose.
Think I have another purpose?
No, we do. But let us sleep on it. I think we have an idea.
If the Zealots had taken her, and the Zealots were then defeated,
That means they're somewhere alone, not being taken care of,
Yes.
imprisoned.
yes, or the revolutionaries
Also
have her
not being
somewhere.
fed.
Or the revolutionaries
She was living in
have her somewhere.
down below and where the water, the smelly stuff
From
goes.
what I heard, your other friend, the white one, with the armor,
Yes.
was able to free quite a few of them. I believe they're still working upon those efforts. I think it might be best if we use what is left of all this empty housing and try to rehouse and reunite those that have been torn from their families. Let's hope that she is missing, at worst.
Wouldn't she know?
She said she ran, and when they attacked the house.
Trisheni knows when Machini's in trouble.
She may know, but she may be in denial. Or she may know, and these things are complex. If she truly is gone, there's going to be very little that we can do to scare, to frighten this young one. She will go through the rest of her life
Papa.
unburdened by fear.
Papa Micah's the merchant,
Papa Micah is, yes.
the trader.
Yes. With a D, not a T.
I will give him 5 platinum and
What?
another 20 gold. Well, like a small bag of coins. I know that you are compassionate men. There are a lot of children who need help. Can we count on you?
They look at each other again. Of course, but we don't need your money. I mean, we're happy to.
Taking care of people costs. All of the burden should not fall on your shoulders.
You know, he's right, but we should definitely do this one, because I told her you would.
Our daughters chose good people.
I wish you got her name.
You're a man
could
that can
just-
find.
Well, I
they
mean,
need.
when she wakes up, you can get her name.
Every day that passes, I'm more and more glad that our daughter is with you.
I'm going to bed now.
Oh, I will hand the other. I don't know who has the girl, but I hand the other one the hand crossbow with the 4 bolts. This is hers.
Yeah, it's just kind of dangling from her hand. She still has kind of like
Oh,
a
I thought she-
grip
okay.
on it. Like a sleepy grip on it. But Papa Micah like slips it out from her, puts it on the table next to her.
She might have a grip on it, but as soon as like they touch it, it's probably just gonna
Yeah.
come away.
Yeah, it's gonna come right on. Just slips it out. Puts it on the nightstand next to her.
I'm gonna sit
Papa
down.
gives her his bed because it's a little shorter, and they go sleep in a bed together.
Sit down and pull up my fire and cast scrying on her sister.
You cast scrying on her sister with what?
I just have to have a second-hand knowledge. You've heard of the target.
Okay.
They get +5 to their save.
Are all Mahitan twins mirror images?
And you have a likeness
Not always.
Not always.
Yeah, I guess I do have a likeness
because of her sister being there.
because they're
Potentially.
twins. So,
But you also, she hasn't said anything specifically
She
to
got
you.
very low regardless,
Okay.
so it succeeds.
okay.
You see what looks like iron bars. Something underground. It's dark, or it's still dimly lit by some sort of torchlight. But if the torchlight is flickering, like the torches haven't been re-upped in a long time. There are other individuals. You see a piece of leather being handed to her by someone much taller. that she begins to chew on. It looks like the people next to her and on either side of her are have very, very little clothing on. Like they're using their clothing and what leather is left to feed themselves because they've been left alone in this dungeon, prison for so long. She seems very grateful for the piece of leather as she gnaws on it. From what you can see in your periphery, at the very least, like 15, maybe 20 other people here, but probably more because you're pretty focused pretty tightly on her. She looks frail, skinny, emaciated. Best you can tell that this is underground. It's cool, which means it's probably near one of the good ventilation spots of the city. There are large towers that go up about like 4 to 5 stories that have no purpose other than to capture the wind from the desert and then bring it down through gaps in the building to cool the buildings on hot days, and then let hot air out. It's like a natural cooling system, meaning she's probably near one of those because you see the draft and you see some people shivering a little bit, especially in the winter nights. That's the best you can see.
Okay. She's alive in a cell underground.
Well, let's go get her.
How are you gonna find her?
Same way you found me.
I'm tapped.
Well, not right this second. I mean, like tomorrow you can talk to her in her head, I guess.
Or
I don't.
other things, but yeah.
Yeah. Not to see.
She was in a room full of at least 15 to 20 other people. No food. There was proper ventilation though. It felt cool.
So she's probably near one of the towers. There are about 50 of those throughout the city, cooling larger portions and larger buildings.
Can you get the word out?
I can try. I can tell your friend that
Yeah.
you've been very good at finding them.
Get Eliezer on it.
I will. Yes.
They probably stink. No. I mean,
I'll have him be checking the towers starting tomorrow.
I mean,
Hell,
like
starting tonight, I'll leave right now.
Yes.
all those people in a ventilation thing. All the smell is gonna go.
We don't need anyone else dying.
You see him nod, quickly grab a pack and a pitch fork and a mining pick and a shovel from off the wall and shove them into slots in his backpack, throw them on his back, and rush out the door.
If they can't, we must find her.
50 different areas to search is a lot.
Maybe her sister has something of hers that can be used.
Let's sleep. See where they get in the morning.
Yeah. We also
Eleazar's
owned the forge for so long.
a very resourceful man.
Yes. Very
Yes.
capable.
He was a bounty hunter in a city when we met him. He will find people if they need to be found.
In the city he was working, and he rescued dozens and dozens of children.
So, this is what he does. Let's give him the
He's gonna be
evening.
better at it than we are.
If he needs our help in the morning, we can offer what help we can.
Yeah, Thraz has got a 1,000-yard stare going on. He's probably hearing you guys, but he is very focused on. He wants to save this child.
I'm not saying we're not going to.
I know.
But it's been a long day for me, and I need
Yes.
Well, thank you for finding me.
Okay, don't run off again.
It didn't really run off.
What do you call it?
Do you have any sort of like
Did you tell me where you were
that
going?
you carry?
You were
around with
busy.
you?
Like,
There's everything on you.
Does that matter?
I have like I have
Did
my,
you
my
leave
vault
home
pouches
without
that's where I
telling
store
me
most
where
of
you
my
were
magical
going?
Things.
Actually,
I didn't tell Doctor where I was going.
I'd probably give it to Shani.
You were stuck in a little area there.
Yes.
Doctor also didn't care about you.
I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'd go to the bedroom.
You guys all bed down. There's plenty of room for you to do so. Do the bedroll.
I'm assuming at some point Trisheni gets tired enough that she goes to bed as well.
She falls asleep while writing
Probably. That's
on the
actually.
desk
Yeah.
Thraz
with her face in an open book.
Yeah.
Thraz doesn't go to sleep. He's just sitting in the corner, staring, thinking about this. He's
Because you can.
yeah, and he didn't use anything that he needs the long rest for right now. So
That's fair.
he is.
You're
You know what?
exhausted.
You know his stuff. You know why Thraz might be feeling this way
I'm
about
okay.
a child like this.
Got on your shirt there.
Yeah, I don't think Thraz can
I'm
sleep.
assuming chalk them.
Yeah, no, he is very much.
Like
There is a
this?
very
Okay.
concentrated, focused look in Thraz's eyes right now. He's waiting for any word on what's going on.
Yeah.
It's
I
that
think
Himalayan salt.
that Thraz attempts to like bed down, but tosses and turns too much, and there's too much on his mind, so he ends up standing up and just mulling over everything in his head all night long. Eventually, you guys do wake up on the 27th.
27.
We have learned that we can't do everything.
Of
Somebody
Akio.
want to roll for the heart?
Sure. What am I rolling?
D20.
I don't know.
Nat 1.
The opposite.
The opposite of what you
need.
need.
Oh, okay. Well,
I was gonna say
You're
Argus
welcome.
has hit a couple of 20s today,
That's true.
but
I need to.
that's all right.
too late now.
Yep, it's too late.
You said what day was it?
27th of
27th of Akio.
Okay.
You all awaken to a loud clatter downstairs as who's probably the first one up to that clatter?
Thraz is awake. So
Thraz is awake, so Thraz sees it. You see Eleazar and Papa Micah just barrel through the door and look, and Eleazar says, "Where is it? Where is it?" And Papa Micah says, "Here, give me a boost." And Eleazar like just kind of tosses Papa Micah in the air as he grabs what looks like a type of belt with a compass attached to it up to top. He'll be like, "All right, we should get back to it." Oh,
you have words.
we've eliminated about 35 out of 50s of the towers. We're still working on the next 15.
No luck on. Where's the girl?
That's what we're trying to find
No,
out.
no, no. I'm sorry. That was Matt asking where the girl was.
Yeah.
That he.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean the one that's here?
Yes, yes.
She's in bed.
So she's still sleeping.
She's still sleeping. yes.
Okay.
Do you need help?
Yes, please let me help. Let
Well,
us
if we
help.
have more hands and eyes, we can split up. I've got a couple of the reserves from the revolutionaries of the revolutionaries, and I also have. Short answer is yes. If you can check out these three, we should have the rest covered. And he points on a map.
How far down did they go?
The towers? The towers themselves only go down to like one. They go up to catch the wind, and usually the buildings that they're in often have other ventilation shafts that connect to a lot of the buildings around them in order to make sure that everything around here is cooled. But they go down about one floor below,
So like 8 feet or that.
something like that.
Okay.
Quit. I know she's still sleeping, but we need to get her name. And she seems really smart about where she knows things are, so maybe she knows where her sister was, which tower, and she can tell us, because I didn't ask.
What? Well, maybe we can get her sister's name.
I don't need it.
Yeah, but
Let's go.
Eleazar pats you on the back. It's good to see you again, buddy.
all right, I guess we just go.
I mean, when you say let's go, Thraz is out the door.
Followed by the mech on his tiptoes.
We leave Trisheni sleeping though as we run out.
Leave her
Yeah.
a note.
And we
still got
didn't
more
even.
Or I
to
guess
do.
Yeah, the note for log is still on the door.
It just says ditto written underneath it.
No, it's nothing.
He's
He's
not-
not
same note?
No,
Okay.
he's just still gone.
It's very possible Log was at the part of town that we went and found you in last night.
Oh.
We just didn't see him.
He was on the other side of the orc that you
Well,
knocked
he's
on
what
the
the orc
door.
ordered.
While you were out searching,
He's
did you see
with the
any-
guy that's like, give me the stuff. Give me the stuff.
Yeah. You won't believe what I just saw.
That'd be a fun conversation. Alright, let's get.
Tower number 1.
Should I go?
I can
start
cast
setting
locate
up.
creature.
Should I go start setting up the forge though?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how long.
How far apart are these towers?
The three that you're looking at are all in the same area. They give you like a block.
How far apart are they?
They're about anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000 feet from each other.
Okay, let's go.
So like
If it gets
a couple
too
football
late,
fields.
We
Not too
can
far.
reach out to Grogrod.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can always take another day for that. This is too important.
Okay. So I'm gonna let's go over to a tower. I'll cast locate creature, and then run between the towers. It lasts an hour.
Okay. You go to the first tower. Can somebody roll a d6 for me, please?
I'm not rolling any more happenstance, but
6.
nice.
Nice.
You get a ping.
Okay. She's in here.
You guys.
First tower.
Yes.
At least she's not in another castle.
Yeah. Hey, luck sometimes works out.
How do we get in?
Thraz pulls out the portable door.
There is a door.
Yeah, he puts it right next
It's
to
a building that
Yeah,
has
it
a
is
tower
a
attached
building.
to it.
Well, no. You said, well, how do we get inside? Thraz like, click.
No, we just
The doorknob?
we go to the door.
Yeah.
It's a doorknob. Yeah. No,
I like
can't
doing
put-
click like that.
you
It
can't put
worked.
the doorknob on the doorknob. Oh wait.
We might need the door later if they're still in cells.
That's. Can only use it twice. So.
Yeah, so save that.
Okay.
We're going the door.
I try to open the door.
Door is locked.
Zemdak.
Word kicks the door down.
Go ahead.
Okay,
make
that's-
Word roll a strength check for me.
Word crowbars the door down.
Open the door.
You see a silver crowbar come out of there.
Perfect.
In 18.
18 will do it. As the door is opened, you see one individual like in robes that looks like they're just tending to a bit of an aquifer, going "Ah!" and just like be very scared as to what you guys just
Zealot?
slid the door open.
Clothing?
Looks like more
just-
clerical, like clergy.
Why do you not feed prisoners?
Where are?
What?
I start stomping down the stairs. And there's like, what's in front of us?
That might
Doesn't
be-
look like that. Like there's one stairwell that goes down to the first basement, and that's it.
Okay.
You
Where
still
does
getting a ping?
Yeah.
Where's the tower wind go?
It goes down through a bunch of under the floor, under the ground, and
There's prisoners down there.
Where
there's
are
nothing
they?
but barrels down there. I assure
Insight
you.
check.
I can sense
Sure.
them.
Jeez. So I think in my head, is this one of the rogue men that was trying to convert the other one?
Sure.
And for an insight, I got an 18.
18. He's lying through his teeth.
All right,
Thraz,
my
You don't know this. You don't know this.
Nope.
You don't know this.
my hand goes out, and the Icker hand goes out and basically shoves him and pins him to the wall.
Okay, cool. So as you do that, he like tries to draw a knife, and you catch his hand, and he gets pushed through up against the wall. It's,
And how does he respond to the Ichor hand?
He's just trying to fight it.
Okay.
Looks to be somewhat of an experienced fighter.
I will do Discordant Shout right there and just call him liar. Yeah.
Liar.
Oh, you want to make a
Do I have to roll
DC
something?
DC 15 con?
Yeah, I rolled a 16 on the die.
All right. So
Meckel. I'm gonna try and charm him.
Oh yeah, vampire charm.
Yeah.
You got it.
All I was gonna
He's
do is
still
put on my
taking
mask
his
and demand that he tell me.
Oh, okay. All this stuff happens very, very fast.
Yeah.
So this is probably going to happen before you have time to take the mask.
Yeah, exactly. They told me not to wear it in the city, so I haven't been wearing it. But
Oh, where did I put it? It's
Uh-oh.
not in the...
I'll gently hold him up against the wall while the vampire.
No, you keep
through his
him
nose.
pinned.
no. Do not be gentle.
No, I know. I'm just. That was Matt
I
being
think
an
it,
ass.
it
but
works just like charm person.
It does.
So
Yeah.
have to roll it. Charisma save? Wisdom
Yep.
save?
So what's the DC I have to be here?
18.
I only got a 10 plus 2 is only a 12.
We need
So they're charmed.
we need to find those prisoners.
Of course. I totally understand. Yeah, there's a trap door down there. It goes about 3 levels lower. I haven't been taking care of them because I've been moving from one to the other. You know how it is. I just make sure the trap doors are locked and then I move on to the next one.
It's charmed by you until the spell ends after an hour. So,
Sure.
hey, why don't you show us how to get through that trapdoor?
Sure, I'm a little pinned at the moment.
Meckel, you want to let him go?
No, but I
I-
still let him go.
We'll take care of him.
Reaches into the sleeve of his robe that's been let go and pulls out a key and walks down the one floor to this trapdoor that's under a barrel and unlocks it.
You've been so helpful. Please, let's just go see how many are down there still.
Sure, why not? It's been a while. I haven't checked on them in a long time. There might be fewer. Goes down. You go down several flights of stairs. You eventually find your way to the cell. You're like, well, there they are.
Come, let's head back upstairs. You guys good here?
We need the key to unlock the cell.
He-
Oh, right.
He
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
He did say there were multiple trap doors he checked.
Sure.
Does that mean other towers?
Yeah,
Other
yeah.
towers.
We'll let Eleazar know.
Does this key work at the other towers?
This one works on the trapdoors, and this one works on the...
Perfect.
Cells.
You've been so helpful. Thank you.
Sure, here you go.
Do you know which towers? Like, do you have a map of which ones are which?
I don't have a map, but I can... But we have a grid that we've made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And, like, he points to the wall, and there's, like, this... Like, search
See,
grid.
look at you. You're so helpful.
Is there anything else you think that you know that would help us check out your handiwork?
Well, you need to know the code in order to decipher the grid.
Well, can you,
I know the
You
code.
put the mask on by now, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming he
Yeah.
looks like.
Yeah, so he's
He's the
listening to you,
jackal.
too.
Yeah. But can you tell us the code for the
Well,
grid?
I need to teach you the code. It's like more of like there's a lot of stuff involved in the code. We did a really good job with this, but I know the code very, very well. If you want, you should know the code, obviously. But I'm happy to teach you the code. It might take a while, though.
They took a solid blow to the head. Forgot a couple of things.
Of course, totally understand. Totally understand.
Meckel
Why
is
don't-
like
In the
poking.
pious pursuit of what it is that we have planned, and the savior of all this here, of course, there's going to be a few injuries. I understand.
Why don't you teach me the code?
Okay, they attempt to teach you the code. Why don't you go ahead and roll a insight check for me?
Can I use intelligence?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you use intelligence.
While that's going on, Thraz is using his cartographer tools to like copy the grid down onto paper and
Sure.
everything like that.
Mekla is trying to shove Argus towards the thing to unlock the cages and whatever.
Yeah, I was waiting until they were relatively distracted so that these people don't bum rush this guy.
Yeah. 16.
16, they got a 16 as well. You're able to, you got like a rudimentary understanding of the code. Basically, you won't know the exact location of each of these towers, but if you get enough height, you'll be able to tell, well, that's the closest tower. It's probably that one.
Okay.
This code is sophisticated.
Okay.
It is made so that 1 is nowhere near 2.
Gotcha.
And like 11 is nowhere near 10. Like they are all over the place.
If I had an overhead map of this city with the location of these towers,
Could you like superimpose them?
could I like
You
decipher it
could.
that way?
Your best bet to like really know exactly where prisoners are being held and how many are being held there, as the code dictates, would be to work with Trisheni on this.
Okay.
But given what you know, you could just brute force this code and just check. I know there are prisoners here. I know there are prisoners here. I know there are prisoners here. I know there are
Okay.
prisoners here.
was-
You won't know how many.
Sure.
You won't know how long they've been there.
But if I give Eleazar the location of which towers have
Yes,
doors
it will be easy.
and give him the keys,
Yes.
he will go back and
The thing that the code, you realize the code has so much information involved in it. It has where they were taken from,
Yeah, no.
where they belong to, how many are there.
I just care about which
yeah,
towers.
which like masked person is assigned
Yeah.
to that. Like it has so many information, but all you can really ascertain is like the location of
Yeah,
these.
that's fine.
Zemdek, we're gonna move these guys to the other cells.
Sure.
Start
Perfect.
unlocking the doors.
Yep, I'll go in.
Like
You're going in the cell
as
and opening
the
the door and
hour
having shoved
of
them.
my
Oh, I
current
thought you were
person
trying to
starts
get me
run
to-
down.
No,
Sure.
we're unlocking the cell doors and we're shoveling people upstairs.
He's my breakfast.
Okay,
I got that.
you got it.
I mean, I was just gonna tell him
I'm gonna
that
take him back into like the stairway to like the first landing, like around the corner kind of thing, and then we're just gonna give him a hug, and I'm gonna pop out and bite him in the neck.
Okay, cool. You gonna drain him?
Yeah.
You gonna
Like
kill
a-
him?
Yes.
Okay.
Like a reverse pest dispenser.
I was
So you
literally
become
just gonna.
extremely satiated. And you kill this dude.
Yep.
That's what I was expecting. No, that was already like.
I was gonna squeeze him to death, so
He's like, oh, I didn't know we were into kisses.
Perfect.
I was just gonna tell him that the new plan requires that this be kept a secret.
Nope.
Tell
This
no
man
one
was
else.
starving people to death. He's
dead.
He is food.
so
Got it. Fill
I just
your.
got this horrible image of Zemdek like on the stairs, just chopping up into little pieces and be like handing them to
No,
the
he's
prisoners.
just like draining to them until they're emaciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And then
I'm just,
all the way upstairs, tuck him behind a couple of barrels so that nobody finds him.
Put him in a barrel on top of the trapdoor.
Yes.
all right, so were there people able to
There were
walk on
many.
their
There's
own?
about 25 people here. Several of them are unable to walk. They are weak beyond. Some of them are like 24 hours from starvation.
Before we left, we would have had Trishana give us some good berries.
Of course. Yeah. It's not enough. For how
I
many-
will
I mean,
also-
Traz is handing out rations. This is. too
Yeah, I
close.
also have Cole's 15 rations that I'll hand out.
Okay. Yeah, between
create food
the
and
lot
water.
of you could just hand out your rations. That's something easy for you to do. You have spells that create food and water, so rations mean nothing to you.
Do we find a little girl that's by herself?
You do. You do.
I
You
can
find
still
several.
censor. I still know
Yeah.
exactly which one it is.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true.
you know exactly which one it is, and you find several. You find several little girls and boys. You find,
But only one pangs.
but only one
Yeah.
thing's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Traz
I
is
get really
specifically
confusing
handing out his
real
rations
quick.
to the children.
Of course.
So I'll go over and I'll be like, your sister's looking for you. Let me take you to her.
And she looks at you with very scared eyes. Like, she most definitely doesn't trust you.
What can I do?
Please, little one, we are just here to help. We want to make sure the Chief family can be
We're
whole.
here to free you. And
Come with
I
me if
want
you want to
take you
live.
to your sister.
Roll persuasion checks.
We should have gotten her name.
It should have been, huh? That would have been a good idea.
I was gonna wake her up.
Oh, man. Plus 6. 24.
Yeah, that's a 13, because this one didn't work well for me.
You know where my son is?
I do. She's staying with my friend's parents. Let me take you to her. So you can be together.
She very timidly and cautiously reaches out.
I gradually grab her hand and cast guidance so she feels a little warmth.
Oh, fuck.
Argus, can you send to Eleazar?
Yes.
Tell him to come here.
Yes. I'll send Eleazar. It was in this first tower. We found a map and got a cipher of where other prisoners are being held. Come quick.
Where are you? Perfect. That's great. We were able to find something similar before, but we were unable.
No. See, I'm not the only one.
Argus
He
said
knew
the
where
first.
he was going.
Yeah.
I said, the first tower. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, he'll figure it out. He's smart.
I'll wait here for him with the cipher and the keys. You guys want to go back to with the little girl?
Help lead people, carry people out.
Eventually, Eleazar, without too much time, does
But
show up.
Thraz gives you the sheet so that way you can explain it to him, and he has a map.
He shows up with a coterie of like 12 other people that he's rescued,
Okay.
and grabs this next like 25 people and starts trying to bring them back home.
Sure.
Takes the keys.
Give him the keys.
Take the little girl.
Tell him like it's this tower, this tower, this tower, this tower.
And he says, "Thank you, buddy."
Yeah, you gave him the keys.
Yep.
This key's for the trapdoor. These
This
keys for the
the
cells.
cells. There may be other guardians. If you enter one of the entrance chambers and there's someone just hanging out, they are not friendly.
Right. Swing swords first, ask questions later.
That is a good, but if you see them, that is a very good indicator that you are in the right place.
Yeah.
And then I'll try to catch up with them.
Okay, you do so. Eleazar continues the efforts to reunite families, rescue people that have been in detention, and make sure people are fed and have water and are able to find their way back home. You return to the Ankmut home with the little girl. You open the door, and I assume she's also getting a piggyback ride on the whir as well, seeing as she's very weak.
Yep.
And you enter the door, and you see Mysat, as she's been called by the other little girl, playing some type of game involving keeping an ember up in the air with Papa Micah. And then the ember drops, and she's like, "Oh no!" and turns and sees her sister, and she's like, "Mysat!" and she like jumps and climbs and pulls her down from the whir and collapses on top of her, and she falls down to the ground, and like she's kind of passed out because she's completely drained. And she like shakes her, and she's like, "Nice."
I'll cast
Nice
Lesser
set.
Restoration on Nyset.
Okay, you cast Lesser Restoration on Nyset, and she stirs, awakens.
Give her one of the good berries. please.
Give her one of
Drip
the
the.
foods. She eats it. She's full. She feels her strength return. They hug and they cry.
I'll start playing a little tune that fits the mood on the tambourine.
You see Papa Micah nod at you and then come up and put his hand behind one of their backs as Haladim comes down from the upstairs from his work and smiles a sad smile
So is it?
and looks to you and says, "We'll take care of them."
Yeah. Thraz is very stoic. He's not making noise, but tears are just rolling down Thraz's face right now.
I go over to the other sister and take out Cole's hand crossbow and hand that to her with a set of 4 bolts.
You see she grabs it and like her arms go weakly down and it's like a weight that she can't really support right now, but she still holds on to it.
Your sister will teach you how to use that. She's pretty good.
It's true. He taught me. He showed me. I shot it in a hotel.
Was it my sat and I sat?
Yes.
My set and nice set.
I'm just giving out stuff from Cole's bag left right now.
That's all right. It's
I'm
in
gonna
your
take
clothes.
that bag away from you if you keep.
I'm doing this for a good cause.
Well, Argus,
You guys are gonna get Cole back, and he's not gonna have any fucking
that's
shit.
all right.
But we'll be
You know
like,
what?
this
He's
went to this
back.
good
So
cause,
that's
and this
all
went to
good.
this good cause, and this one.
As long as he comes back, that's.
I mean,
all
it's
I
not the
care.
first time that Thraz has lost a bunch of, or Cole has lost a bunch of his crap.
That's
It
true.
happened when he won the Gutbuster. So
You ready to go?
Get this done.
Yep.
I'm gonna stay here if that's okay.
Absolutely. Don't run off again. I know it ended okay, but don't run off again.
Draz, will you come with us?
yeah, Thraz is.
Keep an eye on this one. Make sure he doesn't wander off and get lost again, please.
Thraz kind of makes a sign like he's listening to you, but yeah, Thraz is in his own world
Okay.
right
Pretty
now.
dissociated.
Sure. Thraz, if you leave, or Meckel, if you leave, take Thraz with you. Music
Okay.
might help.
Huh?
Music might help.
Okay. I put up a couple of pillows that they had like against the wall
Okay.
and tell my set, nah, you can practice on that if you want
Oh yeah.
with the crossbow, and then I start
She
playing.
immediately starts firing.
I start playing the dun, 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 on the tambourine kind of thing.
What is it? The March of the Clowns?
Something like that, yeah.
It's called something else.
Yeah, it's. No, I'm not playing Send in the Clowns. That is completely different. Yeah, but that carnival sort of
Yeah,
thing.
the carnival music.
Monty Hall?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Okay, you guys go to find
Anki line.
Anki Align's
So we can get into the
magnificent market.
mycelial marketplace.
They didn't be able to get you this portal.
What?
Oh wait, didn't I make a tuning fork from here?
You did. But I don't want to waste a teleportation spell to get in there.
Guys, roll a survival check to see if you can find his door.
Natural one.
I mean, we're looking for Anki line himself.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
I mean, you're the one who's connected to him,
You
so
find Anki Line.
Yeah, I can just be like, hey,
Shrooms are a little bit of a different color.
hey
but
buddy,
still...
where's your boss guy at? Track him down.
because he can talk to him.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. I was like, I am. Oh, I
You in the
feel
same
you.
spot?
You're close. Take your second left.
Perfect.
Wonderful. I see you. Do you see me?
I do see you.
Do you see me?
I see you.
I'm waving.
You can stop.
Do you see me?
I see you.
Okay, I'm waving.
Hey buddy, we're gonna
Hi.
need a space near where Grogruk's selling the molten metal. Do you think you could make a little empty space for us
Okay,
and open the door?
sure thing.
You're awesome.
You're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Opens the door, rips his head open, opens the door.
All you see is the finger gun come out and just start on fire. Because you're in daylight.
Forgot.
You guys enter the mycelial market, and you head up to that second floor awning area, like balcony, and there is indeed a room that is large enough to put a forge in. There's ventilation in this room.
All right. Let's get working.
We set up the portable forge.
Instead of the portable forge. Ting, ting, ting. As a bunch of tools appear on the wall.
Unload the molds. Yes.
Every time, this forge always puts this one all wrong.
I mean, it moves a lot. For as much as we bounce around, stuff stays in the right spot. Set up our molds.
Set up your molds. You go to find Grogrug's not too far. I was like, oh, hey guys, we're still a little bit more today.
We're ready.
Right? Here's your earnings for today. And he gives you 1,200 gold.
Okay.
Give me some money.
No.
You're not there.
I know I'm not there, but that's
You're
So-
getting $0.
I think we're going to use up just about as much as you have left.
All right, I guess I'll close up shop then. And he puts a sign up that says, not sold out, but like, sucks to suck.
No mo. Sucks for you.
Yeah, sucks to be you is what he puts up there.
Talk to the master. The Grandmaster, Melter.
They're there, decked out in like beautiful leathers and metals, with like a wonderful, gorgeous welding mask that comes down that is built into this dwarven filigree helmet that just goes and makes these beautiful right angles. Looks like a king in this type of thing, which I guess they are. They're the king of what it is that they do. They're the king of their craft, or at least one of. They pull up their welding mask and they look at you.
Greetings. I'll
They nod.
flip out my, like, what do I want to call it? Like my union badge that I have. I have like a little insignia of the triumvirate.
Sure.
Traveling Tinker. It's great to meet you, Grandmaster.
They nod.
I think Grogug's been selling our adamantine, but I think we're going to use the rest of what you have left.
They nod.
All right, we need enough for the breastplate first, then we can come back for the next one.
Yep.
The first half of it.
We need enough to pour a breastplate.
They nod and they reach for a crucible and they grab it with these what looks like mithril tongs that they pull out from their leather.
Oh. Can we cast the enhance ability now before we start this?
Probably should. This is going to be Dex to pour.
To
Or
pour,
How are we doing this?
probably Dex to pour.
Okay.
Yes, and yeah. I think it's going to be Dex for you and Intelligence for you, but it doesn't matter because it's the same thing. Intelligence plus proficiency is the same as Dex for proficiency for you, so I suppose it doesn't matter. But
It
just
matters
because
for
they're-
our enhance abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's going to be intelligent for you because this is what you know. It's your knowledge and his dexterity.
Okay.
But unless you want to do it the other way around, unless you want to use his knowledge of the schematics and your dexterity of forging.
Do you want to do the physical pouring and I'll guide?
You have a higher modifier with your intelligence than I do.
I do.
Because mine are the same.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay.
We can use my skill in your brains.
Yeah. So his hands, my
No
brains.
metagaming here going on at all.
But that is what it would
They
be.
would know.
yeah,
No, they-
it's fine. It's just
They've
totally
actually
know.
done this together a number of times. They would know who would be better at what.
that's
Yeah.
true.
We have.
I just
6,
thought it was funny.
We have. Yeah. Okay.
Like you would say, I need exactly 2 liters and 55.9 millimeters,
Yeah.
and he would know, like, okay, and you'd be able to eyeball that
Yep.
and
Yeah,
be
yeah.
able to do it quickly,
Just a smidge.
because he would have done all the calculations.
Yep.
So we're gonna have to do separate enhanced abilities.
Yeah, that's fine. So, at least for our second level spells, or how we
Yep.
just hit each.
Hit our own.
Yeah, hit our
Yeah.
own.
Yeah, Thrash can't upcast for you. He only would have been able to do it once anyway.
He's not
so
here.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He can't.
So I've got 5 slots between seconds and thirds that I can hit myself with.
I have 5 as well.
Okay.
That's enough for everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got all the stuff written down for the items and everything like that.
Okay,
from
good.
earlier
Thank
too.
you. Yes.
Okay. So,
So we're gonna just knock off 5 spell slots.
yep.
Yeah, if you want to just make it easy, and then we'll just roll advantage for everything.
Then we'll play rollies.
Unless you want to say it doesn't take a full hour to do one of these.
It's gonna take for you to pour, let it cool, break the mold off, and then polish and make it usable. It's gonna take an hour. Yeah, most definitely, it's gonna take an hour because you don't want to let it cool for too long before you start hammering it and getting out the imperfections
Yep.
of the mold and stuff like that. You want to still be able to hit it while it's warm.
That works.
Okay, so breastplates first. Go ahead. Breastplate has what addendum to it? Or did
It
have-
could earn a potential
Yeah,
enchantment.
possible baked in enchantment at
If
50
we do
plus,
that enough.
50 or more.
50 plus. Okay.
Crappy. Oof.
20 or 31.
I have 13.
That is not enough for it.
31 and 13 is 44.
Unless
But that was. Are we doing 50 for the whole thing?
50 for the
both
for
pieces?
The total.
Or 50 for each?
50.
Front, 50
It's
for back.
one.
Because it's 2
Right, 'cause
fours.
you're doing 2 pours.
Yeah.
You gotta get 50 on one of them.
Okay.
Okay.
So second pour.
That was still very good though.
Whoa.
What the
No.
sound?
You poured just a little bit too much, but
21.
30. 21. So yeah. I got 30. So that
that's
puts us at
51. Okay, so you get a baked in. So this is going to have an ability on it. I need you to write this down because I'll need you to send this to me
Yep.
so that I can make a card for it. It's going to have an ability where if you get critted on, you can turn that crit into a miss once per day.
Okay.
Okay. Next is the anti-scry pendants.
Correct. This is just a
I can't
duplicate
help.
roll. You cannot help.
Are you doing that with the adamantine, or are you just making those?
No, we're pouring those with the adamantine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because adamantine, it needs to be something that is able to. So it's either mithril or adamantine that needs to be able to go to that high amount of temperature without dissolving and supplementing into gas or whatever it is.
Yep. So, what do you want for this one? Dex or intelligence?
This is going to be. You already know how to make it.
Okay.
So this is going to be just Dex.
Just Dex?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm assuming I'm doing this one while he's finishing up putting the breastplate
Yeah.
together,
While the breastplate is warm, you're hammering out some of the imperfections.
punching holes so we can add straps and things
Punching
like
holes.
that.
Exactly.
Okay. Dirty 30.
So they show.
Yeah.
Dirty 30. Jeez, this is the
Third
second 30 in a row.
Yep. I got
Yeah,
put
you're able
nipples on my
to.
breastplate.
How many did you make?
8.
Make them sharp so
8
you,
of them.
you
Yeah.
know, run into
You're able
some-
to make 8
So I can cut glass.
amulets of non-detection.
You totally put like a kebab on each one.
Okay.
For the record, I am not making nipples on my breastplate that inside glass.
You are not 90s Batmaning it.
I'm just thinking that,
That
does that
It was
count?
very Roman.
Does it
Very
count
in
as like
style.
a spiked breastplate? then?
Go back to the Grandmaster. How
Yeah,
much?
you need some more here.
How much do we have left?
He shrugs, looks at what he's got left, looks at your schematics, nods.
Okay. Okay.
Enough for this and this.
He shrugs.
Okay.
Points at the next one.
Barrel's
Nods.
next.
Points to the next one, gives you a thumbs up and nods.
Barrel or Kopesh?
Barrel.
Barrel. We'll do the barrel.
Okay.
So for the barrel, it's got a lens built into it and a possible +3 instead of a +2.
Yep.
If you do well.
If we do well.
Yeah.
If you do very well.
Yep. Okay.
Because a +3 weapon is
So-
insane.
Back to intelligence for me, dex for you. On our enhanced abilities.
Correct.
21.
19 on the die is a
That's
34.
34 plus
21.
21 is a 60. Yeah, I'll say that fucking gives you a baked in. That makes it a +3 instead of a +2. Yeah. That's a 60.
That's a 55.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say 34?
Yes.
Not 39. Sorry.
Still.
Plus a 21.
So 54.
Yeah.
I don't know why I heard
So
39.
yes.
Huh?
I don't know why I heard 39. Oh, it's because you said 19. That's
Yeah.
right.
19 on the die.
You decided on what?
That was a
There.
could become a +3 instead of a
Yeah,
+2.
so it becomes a +3
Okay.
With the lens.
with the lens.
With a lens effect.
All
so
of this
you
is
have to
going
decide
into my
what
notes for
lens it
today,
is
so.
now.
I'm gonna go with the conductive lens. May stun creature on critical hit instead of double damage.
Okay. So because that's what the rifling has.
The the magnetic effect of the lodestone adds
Passes
like
on to
a,
it.
yeah,
Yeah, and the rifling adds it, so it's coming from two different directions,
like a weight to the hit.
and it adds a weight and like a conductive actual charge to the bullet as it
Okay.
passes through it. So it's almost acting like a railgun,
Okay.
which is insane that you made a fucking railgun. No wonder it's a +3.
No,
Go
you're-
back to the Grand Master and show him the Kopesh.
He goes back and forth, and he's like, takes the tongs, goes into the crucible, nods, and says, "Go."
Okay.
Okay.
All right. This one has a possible baked-in enchantment on a good roll.
Not even 50 plus, just a good roll.
Yeah, it's got to be good.
Because you guys fucking destroyed the fucking rolls when you made that.
Natural 20.
And a 33.
26.
26 plus
33.
33 is a 59.
Yeah.
Failure.
So one away from 60?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's insane.
They did better on this one than they did at the.
And this was the
I've-
Kopesh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a +2 Kopesh.
Yep.
With, write this down because I'm gonna forget it, and you're gonna need to send it to me so that I
Plus
can
2 Kopesh.
so that I can make a card for it. Because it's adamantine, it will. Ooh. Whenever battling anything that's made of metal, whether it be a construct or otherwise, or whether it be armor, you automatically add a d12 to the roll. If it hits,
Damage
d12 damage to the roll.
against metal.
As it just cuts through metal like butter.
Okay. I'm gonna actually grab the last bold for the knuckles, and I'm gonna take it to the Grandmaster
Okay.
and just say, "What's left?"
He looks at the dregs of what's left. It's a natural 20. and he gives you one of those slow, like, where it's just like, ding, 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 ding,
Yeah.
ding. Yeah, you want
And
to
we
do it?
help him, like.
Sure, he'll
What
like
do we do?
waddle his way over. to
No,
your
I
forge.
brought it to.
Oh yeah,
him.
yeah. I mean,
And so we just like take his crucible,
yeah,
like
you guys.
the dregs.
It's
of,
still you guys still have to.
Yes,
do it.
okay.
I'm not gonna make him roll
Right.
stuff.
No, instead of having to run though, it's just right.
Yeah, instead
Right,
of
right.
bringing it back to our
Dude.
nat 20.
I got an 18 on the die.
What the fuck? So what is that? A 61?
It's a
Yeah.
it's a 35 for me.
24.
It's another.
So another 59.
50.
Yeah.
Jesus.
This
So
one
the
was
max
just
you could roll would be a 61 if both of you got nat 20s.
correct.
Wow, another 59. Jesus. And this was for
The knuckles.
the knuckles?
Conks
So Conk gets a
Knuckles.
+2
with spikes,
with spikes.
unless you want to add anything on top of that.
So
Automatically
it's also going
grapples.
to be when facing armor made of metal or a creature made of metal. It adds a D10 to the damage, not a D12.
Just to make sure he doesn't poke himself.
Okay.
These are insane weapons and armor that you've just created.
Yes, they
These
are.
that have made you extremely powerful.
So-
I can't wait to throw the big boys up and
So
creating at you.
these are all in my notes, which I have shared with you directly.
Oh, it's on like the drive.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Or I've shared my document with you directly.
Perfect.
We still have one more thing to make.
I mean, I have 3 more projects I want to work on.
Well, we have the the eyeglass.
Yes, the monocle, and then I've got a couple of personal projects I want to work on.
Okay.
What time? Like how long?
Took an hour for each of these things, so it's probably like midday.
That was like 6 hours worth of work,
Yeah, probably like midday,
plus
maybe
the morning of finding the kids.
early afternoon.
Okay. So while the forge is still set up,
Yeah.
we're gonna start working on some other projects.
I think Duraz probably would have woken up at that point and gone looking for them and everything like that, and probably dragged Meckel along with him to go find
Okay.
them. He came out of his stupor. He's
Go ahead and roll a survival check for me. See if you can find Anki alive.
I
Can I
rolled.
assist?
You can look, yeah.
You could. Do you have you? Oh, you've been here before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
the-
I mean, I rolled at 19, so 27.
Oh, when you went, I thought that meant you rolled
No,
low.
no, I rolled a 19.
Shut up.
He still would have been looking. He's not just,
I know. I'm just messing.
he's not just getting
As soon
dragged
as
by
I
the
saw
hand.
him roll like very well, I was like, you don't need to worry
Oh,
about it.
I thought that face was.
Yeah. 27. Yeah, you're able to find him.
Yeah.
You like, just the first couple of turns you make after you get to the Bazaar District, you're like, oh, there you are.
I mean, he would feel the portal too,
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
ripped open and closed.
Yep.
So, need to find our friends if you can let us in, please.
Okay.
You are one of the more interesting things I have encountered. And then he goes in.
Are you coming?
You're coming.
No. I'm asking. Are you
I'm
coming?
already there.
Oh, okay.
Threz like drags you through as that's being said.
What?
You're not allowed on your own anymore. They did say that.
I don't remember hearing that. Were you stopping at the kebab place?
Yeah, I stop him at the kebab place. I stop at the kebab place for Meckel because I don't want him wandering off again
Sure.
before we
Wait
go
for a
and
little
find
bit.
them. Yeah.
You can hear like down the hallway and around the corner, like,
I will order 15 kebabs because they're going to be hungry.
you got it.
Because we're having fun over here making crazy magical items.
Oh yeah.
Who knows comprehend languages? Is it just Trisheni?
Yes, I have a tablet.
That's fine. I was just thinking of like the finishing touches. I want somebody to catch.
You guys have a scroll too.
Yeah.
I have the Crown of Madness.
I just
Well, that might be. This actually doesn't see tablet.
It's a ritual spell.
Well, no. Cole had one.
So we can just take it to her, have her cast the ritual to finish the thing.
For the eyeglass?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about something we could do with that.
Okay.
So we need something that can hold the soul. So if we cast continual flame inside the water,
Yep.
and then put a piece of blue terrazine in it, and put the soul inside the blue terrazine, inside the continual flame that doesn't actually burn heat. And then that would shine light through the terrazine, through the soul,
Well,
into seeing things.
Since the souls you capture are in fire already, could we just transfer it from flame to flame? Does that make sense?
I'm trying to follow you guys.
He has soul charges in his hammer.
Sure.
Could we rehouse the soul charge in a continual flame
Perhaps. To what end?
to enchant this device that we're building?
What devices?
The,
one
we're
that deciphers
working on the
everything.
monocle.
We're making a comprehend languages
From Dr. Soul.
eyeglass,
I see. Spyglass.
spyglass.
Or I guess spyglass is the long one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just looking for.
Well, no. So my idea
could
was a very
probably do-
short spyglass,
Yeah.
Because there needs to be room in there.
like not like a full telescopic
Sure.
thing, but like a little tube.
So
Yeah, like a kaleidoscope.
Correct.
Because I was thinking of continual flame, it would put a light down out of it.
Oh, and just translates everything that light hits.
I can make one of those.
I mean,
No, you're not allowed
Okay,
to make
so-
anything.
I have the performance of creation. I make
Yes,
soot
and
all
you
the
make
times.
based on
idols.
that, this has
I break out
That was
my notebook.
when I didn't have a
Meckel
plan.
is like interestingly enough, Meckel is an untapped resource. He is a bard of creation.
Creation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
I'm gonna break
I
out my
thought
schematic
last time you
book.
tried to create something, you made an idol.
No, I tried to. Well, that was when I was young.
when I was three days ago.
Yeah.
based on the schematic that we're being shown by Zemdak.
Sure.
Could Thraz take back the monocle and pull out a different item that would fit better
So-
for this?
It's
You
a
could, yeah.
it's a copper sheet
If
that has
you
been
think you
rolled
can
into a
make it,
tube
then make it.
Well, it only lasts 4 hours, but it,
What is it that you bring it
with a lens on each end.
well, I mean, as part of a thing. I'm not sure how that works.
Instead of what about instead of a monocle? What if we pulled out like one of those jeweler's eyepieces, sort of thing?
Ah, yes, they already do have several lenses in them. They're the ones that you go like this, and it's got.
But we're not really like trying to magnify. That's the
No,
other thing.
but
No, but what you would take the lenses out and you'd have your own lenses.
Yeah, that could work.
yeah,
So, copper sheet rolled into a tube, a very short little pipe.
Yeah.
On the inside, it's encrusted with what we need for continual flame.
Ruby.
Rubies.
Crushed ruby.
Crushed rubies. And then on the outside are all my symbols. And then there's 2 lenses, one on each end. And then I want to fill it with water.
Holy water.
Yes. Holy water with ground up opal dust and catalyst dust.
Okay. And this opal dust and catalyst dust is to what end?
Opal is the gemstone that represents the eye or
Okay.
sight. And catalyst dust is just to make it all,
catalyst.
to pull it all together.
Yeah. Okay. And you're trying to turn this into a glass of.
My symbols around the outside are.
It's not comprehend languages, it's also deciphers codes.
Yeah, we're trying to make something that'll let us read anything, essentially.
I see.
Would it help for
Understand whatever it is that we're looking at.
So just to let you guys know, since Meckel's here and you've seen him do it, my stuff only lasts for 4 hours unless I dismiss it, which means I can make a 160 gold piece non-magical container that I can then dissipate. So if you need it like to house the soul in the construction temporarily,
I see, yeah.
before it forms wholly, and then that part of it disappears, like the
You
Meckel
can
do
you
that.
can basically make a mold for the soul.
Yeah, pretty much.
and you could even potentially modify that jeweler's monocle even a little bit
So I could do that.
Okay.
to fit, kind of create. Since you're gonna have to put all that in there
Yeah.
anyway, widen it out a little.
On
bit.
the outside of the copper sheet is engraved the words adapt, see, know, in as many languages as I know,
Sure.
or can get written down examples for me. And then also my symbols for like brain and eye, and the approximate equals symbols.
So this is going to be a glass of comprehend everything.
Yes. Or as much as, yes,
Sure.
as much as you'll give us. Comprehend.
There's inevitably going to be certain codes that are so complex. For example, I would say the referential languages are going to be very difficult to understand.
We are putting the doctor's soul.
Oh, you're putting the doctor's soul.
Yes.
Okay. Are you putting any of the Eldoram speak on this?
Yes. As many languages as I understand, and that's one of them.
Okay. This, if you do this well, this has the potential to be able to just read the alien language without having to constantly decipher it. Whereas even Trisheni with her comprehend languages was having difficulty doing because it's a referential language. This has
So that was what we put the rubies on the inside.
It's a contextual cylinder is what it's going to be.
Right.
Yeah.
We put the rubies on the inside, and
Mm-hmm.
then once it's sealed, we use those to cast continual flame. So there's a flame burning at the very center of that
Which
liquid,
you want to contain the soul in.
which we're going to transfer the soul into. Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is super cool.
Does that make sense?
yeah.
And
Totally.
then it would have a light too.
As
Yes,
they're
'cause
doing
of the
this,
flame, which
what-
Yes.
would be kind of cool. That it like
It's a little flashlight, little
Yeah.
torch.
like Thraz is gonna try and help out with this a little bit by using his ability to cast Identify and his True Seeing and kind of trying to charge himself up so he can like push his of his catalyst.
True seeing is going to be great for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. I would say true seeing
Just
would
to
be
do
the
the
thing
true
that's
seeing.
going to help the
Yeah,
most.
doing that, but like he's pushing all his energy out, as in like you're seeing his cracks and everything glow brighter as he's trying to push like his own energy into it as well.
Basically, what you're going to be creating here is an all-seeing eye. All right. Which is very, very difficult to create. It would allow you to see invisible creatures. It would allow you to see through illusions. It would allow you to see through disguises. It would allow you to understand any type of code or language that it sees. This is an extremely powerful magical item that you guys are creating. You're putting a lot of resources into it. So we're gonna do a couple of checks here
Yeah.
to see how well this works out. If you guys do really well, it's gonna do all of those things.
So I
Only
can
one
give,
person's gonna be able to use it at a time, however.
Yeah.
Yes.
But sorry, 1 second, Matt. Just let me finish my train of thought. The thing that I am struggling with is going to be: is this going to require attunement or not?
I would say yes.
Yeah, I would say.
So only one person is going to be able to use this really.
yeah. It's that powerful. Like it
for
makes sense.
For all intents and purposes, only really
Yes.
one. Because passing it among you guys is going to take an hour for that to change.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So it is going to take up an attunement slot.
That at least put some limits on it. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yes.
For this, because I can't get online right now, Bardic Inspiration, I can have multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can inspire multiple people. with
Right.
this.
So I can. I'm assuming only the two of you guys are actually doing rolls.
You said multiple checks.
Right, but
Yeah, since we're all trying to do stuff.
They're helping with their true seeing, and you're helping with your creation. These are the ones creating the item.
So over the course of this, then I can give
Unless there's something else you'd like to contribute that makes.
Bardic Inspiration.
I don't mean that. I mean like
Oh.
unless there's something along the realm of actually creating the item that you'd like to do.
Not.
Well, he was going to put a temporary item that we could put the soul in.
Yeah.
I'll
So
have you roll a check then. You're
Okay.
doing true seeing and you're trying to supercharge people with
Yeah.
that true seeing. I would say you are also creating that. I'd say you're as it is cooling, you're gonna have to hold it while it's superheated and
Okay.
burn your hands and cast the spell true seeing and try to cast it into it as you're casting it on yourself. As just like a compass gets a charge when it's super hot and when you put it facing the north, and becomes magnetized. Same type of deal.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt you,
Oh yeah.
but it could this potentially could be a super cool item.
So for you three, I would have cast my Bardic Inspiration with the mode of potential. So when you use it on your ability check, and of course, just like the other one, you only get it once. It's a D8, and when you roll it using it for an ability check, you roll the Bardic Inspiration die twice, and choose which one you want.
Okay. Advantage on Bardic Inspiration.
Basically, yeah.
That's awesome.
Also, anytime you guys use something that requires something other than a D20, I can add a motivator die to it. Add that to the roll. I also have this lovely thing.
So he's talking about inspirations.
Yep.
He can add motivator dice to inspirations.
Yeah.
So you get advantage on your inspirations, and he can add a motivator die.
I don't know if this does any good with it either, though, because
May I see?
yeah, it's the catalytic converter.
Yes, correct.
And then I can stab you, turn you into meat, and then we can
No.
put you. No, all right.
Not helpful. Thank you for thank you for trying.
D8 or D10?
Please don't stab me
Yeah,
in the middle
got it.
of this. Okay.
Yes, this would work.
Okay.
So this would work on things like your motivator die and bardic inspiration. So meaning that you could use that to graduate his bardic inspiration to the next die.
Yeah.
Which would be a D10, or whatever the next.
Yeah.
What is it right now? A D8.
D8, yeah.
So it would be you could graduate his inspirations to a D10.
Okay, let me just double check something real quick. Make
I'm
sure
out
I've
of
got the
slots
right.
for enhancement.
I have tons.
Okay.
But if it's not the same
Yeah,
ability,
it's got to be the same ability.
And my bardic and my motivator dies are D10s right now as well. So they would go.
This is a lot of fine work. Is this all going to be Dex?
I'll say a good portion of this is going to be Dex. When you're dealing with the magic, it'll be intelligence and wisdom
Okay.
and charisma for his stuff and constitution for his stuff because he has to hold it. That's a
Yeah.
constitution thing.
So what do you think? Should we do Dex?
What are you going to use? Because you usually mess that up.
This
You,
is, I'm going to
you,
say,
you can laugh, but
you can do as much prep as possible for this thing.
Okay.
Being like you're gonna have the roll ready, you're gonna have this ready. But when it comes time to actually start putting magic and putting all the pieces together, it's gonna go fast. Because you're gonna have to capture the magic from the soul, capture the magic from the runes, capture the magic from the heat, capture the magic from the spells and the terrors and everything. And it's all of it's gonna be like Doc Ock when he's like dealing with that miniature sun and he's trying to make sure that all the pieces are kept together and the coronal ejections are kept in check. Like it's going to be like that because it's going to be ejections of magic and ejections of science that pew out,
So-
and you got to be able to keep it contained.
It's only going to be one of us. You can only hit one person at a time. I would just cover yourself.
For wisdom?
Yeah. That his is going to be wisdom, right?
Because you're dealing
magic.
with the soul and
Yeah.
magic, yes.
Yeah. And then let us just handle ourselves.
Yeah, I think my motivator die, especially with the catalytic converter, are going to do better to help add to the rolls rather than.
The bardic inspirations are going to be insane with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No one else is doing anything wisdom based though, right?
I don't think so. Con, intelligence, charisma.
yeah. I mean, I normally don't have to roll anything, so.
Yeah.
This is because you're manipulating your ability to do something other than what it's intended to do.
By making
Right.
the object. So yeah. Okay. Well then, you're out of slots.
Yeah. I'm out of second and third.
So I'm the only one that gets advantage.
That's fine.
I mean, you guys have advantage on wisdom because I have to cast it at 4th level.
Sure.
But that doesn't really.
Yes.
Just in case.
We're all very wise at the moment.
Yes.
Owl's wisdom, whether we need it or not. Okay. How do you want to?
Okay, so we'll do it in the order of crafting.
Okay.
The first thing that needs to happen is to create the tube.
Okay.
And you're going to be etching all your runes upon it, so it's going to be all these dex things that you need to do. So first I'm going to have you roll a dex check, and then I'm going to have you roll an intelligence check.
Okay.
And how much of it can we help with? Anything?
The dex you can't really help with. This is all fine jewelry work.
And hover
mean,
over
I-
his shoulder and breathe into his ear.
I can help. I can help hold it. That'd be about it.
Yeah, that'd be pretty much about it. This is his bailiwick, and this is like something that he came up with. There's not really much whole lot you can do.
Yep.
And even with the intelligence, this is his own mind. Like these are all language that he's learned. the best you might be able to do to help him would be to languages that he doesn't know. If you could write it down for him.
I will totally write.
I will not be writing anything
or
down for you.
primordial and
Primordial.
Dwarvish.
Actually, do me a favor. Make a
You already
list
know
of
that, right?
all of the languages that this group knows.
Trishani's not here.
I
Trish,
know.
we would have. We would.
Can you grab?
I'll pull up her
I
stuff.
assume she would have told us.
I would have had her write down what I needed from her before we left.
I know
I
she
can
knows
give you-
Parisian and Common and.
I can give you deep speech, but you have to decide if it's worth the attempt.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on what you're supposed to do. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a language.
Yeah.
She knows Celestial as well. So let's make a big list.
Did we decide that Celestial was the alien script, the Eldorum script?
It is similar to, but not exactly.
Okay.
Because Celestial's going to be like the modern equivalent to what that language would be after thousands and thousands and thousands of years of being affected by Common and a bunch of other languages. Very similarly, the Eldritch language that Log knows should
Yep.
be on the list so there somewhere. Because he doesn't really know how to write it or read it. He just knows what it says.
Yeah.
But he's going to try.
Okay.
So Log came back.
Oh no, he's not here, so never mind.
I've been planning this.
Yeah.
Could I
This is
have
true.
had him write down those words at some point?
Sure, he'll try. Here's what I'm going to say. He will try.
Okay. But
He
so
rolled a 3. He
So
didn't
he
do
did
very
well.
well.
Okay.
He just drew like a stick figure.
okay. But so Trishani, Marisian, and Celestial.
Yeah, Marisian, which is just Maitan language. Celestial and Common is what she knows.
Primordial's the only one that you don't know.
Yep.
Because you already know Dwarf and Gnome, which I do.
Yep.
Do you want deep
What
speech?
does Thraz know any other languages?
Thraz knows Infernal and Elvish, and Cole would have had some of his languages written in that book. He
Yeah,
would
but
probably-
I don't know what the specific words I
No,
need
that's-
are.
I know.
Okay. And then deep speech.
And hand sign, but I don't think the hand sign is going to help.
You
This
could write it
symbol
in
here.
Braille.
My enhancement works on imagery as well. So
Oh,
if we
okay.
can like
Yeah, if you can write it in Braille
if
or
we can
hand
sketch
sign.
out like
Yeah.
Hand sign.
yeah.
Well, that's why I'm saying like there would be stuff written in Cole's journal with some of the languages.
Would that be considered writing for me though?
Drawing? You're drawing hand
It's
signs.
drawing. You're just drawing your hand.
Can I draw the script for the deep speech then too?
Do you not know how to read or write?
Last time.
Oh
he
no,
wrote-
no,
it
last
it's
was
time
it's
he
the
wrote-
whole. Does Meko really get to write anything down?
It's up to you guys. I don't know. It's up to you.
I
It's your
did-
character. You write stuff down or not.
No, remember last time he wrote, crazy things happened.
Last time he wrote what?
He tried to write the
Tried
Book
to
of
write-
Argus.
Yeah.
And basically something took over and started just clawing the script into my hand.
Weren't you writing with Iker?
Yeah.
Not at first, I wasn't.
No. Okay.
No.
You were writing the Book of Argus.
And I started going a little.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. But you have control over it now.
And I just need 3 symbols.
Sure. I mean, I can. Well, you'll need 6 if it's hand sign and deep speech.
Yes. No,
I mean,
you can make the hand signs to me.
and
I
There's
can
one
write
way
them.
to find out.
I'm willing to give it a shot.
I need 3 words in deep speech from you.
Okay.
It just has to be any words? I thought it was specific words.
Adapt, see, no.
Okay. You ready for this? You ready
Okay.
for that? All right. I will gingerly write. Not with Iker. Yeah, basically the 3 symbols.
The 3 words.
As you write the words down,
They show up on the
nothing happens.
Okay. They show up in Argus's
show
forehead.
up on the
They
page.
show up on the page.
And it would be Giant would be the one that you might find in Cole's book.
I also know Common, but I think you have that
But
one.
would we be able to know what these exact words are in Giant?
Probably not without Cole, but just throwing it out there. If we
Does
need
he
it.
have an A, B, and C's book?
He does have a journal.
That's what I was talking about with that.
Yeah.
And there's probably going to be stuff that's written in Dwarvish because he knows that as well as.
Cole was, especially when he was writing his journal, a very thorough individual. So he most likely wrote all of his excerpts in every language, kind of like a Rosetta Stone.
Okay.
So he would write it in Common, he would write it in Giant, and then he would write it in whatever other language.
With all the stuff that we have done, those 3 words would have come up
Yeah,
at least.
it'll take some time, but
Okay.
you will be able to.
And if you
I could've
mistranslate,
pulled those out.
3 inches is always going to look like 6 inches when you look through it.
Okay. Got a whole list of word.
So yeah,
languages.
so tell me the list of languages you have.
Common, Celestial, Dwarvish, Gnomish, Eldorum, Meresian, Primordial, Infernal, Elvish, Deep Speech, Hand Sign.
Did you say Elvish twice?
Nope.
No.
Mm-mm.
Dwarvish, Gnomish, Elvish.
Okay.
Common. Celestial,
Sylvan a thing
Eldorum,
anymore?
Meresian,
I think
Primordial, Infernal, Deep Speech, Hand Sign, Giant.
That's a lot of fucking languages.
It is.
Would we have learned anything from? Well, I know Eleazar isn't there, but would he have taught us anything like that?
He knows
Draconic.
Which is the language of magic.
Right.
So
I could have had him write down those 3
Yeah,
words at
you
some
could have him
point.
do that.
I don't think he knew any other languages.
Common.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no,
you
he did
just
know
tap
because
into your
we had
little
that come up in the first one because it was
brainworm
written in the
thing
language of magic, and he didn't quite understand
Yeah.
when we were going into
And
the,
use that as like an
the host's
encyclopedia
first
to
place.
pull
Didn't make
tons of
sense.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, that's up to the DM, but
Can you repeat that? For me?
Hey, Ankyline, do you know how to write in any languages?
I know how to write in a wealth of languages. They're like my second language.
Can you give me these 3 words in as many languages as you know?
that's what I thought.
I can try. Do I have your permission to take over your body?
My hand.
I need your brain.
Temporarily to write these words.
Once you've given it to me, you've given it to me.
I mean, you're already there anyways.
You can't take this back,
I already gave you permission a long time ago.
but I can come in at any time I want.
Just don't do anything weird.
Okie dokie.
Next session.
You agreed with this knowing what happened to Cole. Jeez.
Okay, you're able to get. what
Actually, no, you
languages
didn't know what
aren't
happened to
included.
Cole.
I would
Still
say
got possessed.
You get like a CVS receipt of languages.
you can get Luamban,
Selvin? What else is there?
Druidic.
Sylvan, Druidic,
Basic. Pascal.
What about the halfling nations?
Oh, you're talking about
The islands.
Andronki.
Yeah. You told it to me once. It was a long time ago.
C++.
It's ENDRANCHI. Andronki.
We're gonna need a bigger
Okay.
spyglass.
He can write small.
Yeah.
You got Draconic. Undercommon.
Isn't that what deep speech is? Oh
No,
no, deep
that's
speech is
just
abyssal.
Is the bestial language of the underworld, and Undercommon is the
Humanoid.
civilized humanoid speech of the underworld, of the deep under. Actually, can I see that?
Yeah.
Just I want to see.
Make sure you use the right names and words.
That's what I went with. I was like, wait, there's that.
We need to put that. We need to actually copy that and put that into the drive. Because they only had so many.
That's gonna be it.
Okay.
It's gonna be it.
That's fine. This
That's all
gives
those
us
others he
13
doesn't have access
languages.
to.
13 languages.
13 languages. That's a hefty amount.
Yep.
And a lot of these have similar roots, so extrapolating other languages is going to be, especially through magic, especially when you have the root languages like Sylvan and
Primordial.
Eldorum and Primordial.
You still, Meckel's like, didn't you tell me stories about your blood daddy?
I think we have enough.
Okay.
I'm trying to fit 13 times 3 39 words on this little copper pipe.
Bet you wish you had the magnifying glass now.
I have my own jeweler's tools. I got my own loop and my engraving tools, so
Okay,
I should be able to do it.
so
Dex tool check was a 24.
24.
25.
So you're basically tapping into the copper as it's flat, all of these languages and all of these words,
Yep.
and doing your own like runic artificery,
Don't forget about
filigree around the edge.
inspiration. if
I-
you need.
24 is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but they've been getting like 30s and
Yeah,
60s.
did you?
Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't know you
That's
rolled. Did
together.
you use his
It's gonna
die?
get harder as we
I
go
didn't.
along.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Next one is going to be an intelligence.
For me,
Yes. To for you to put all of this stuff in the right place.
okay. Ooh. That one. I'm gonna
Charge it up.
D10s.
D10s.
Yep.
If he charges it,
Yeah.
it's
No.
D10s.
If you're pulling that, I'm gonna charge it.
D10 at advantage because
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets to pick which.
Plus 9. This is intelligence based, right?
yeah.
You need.
29.
29. Pretty damn good. You feel very confident in your placement of all these languages upon this copper roll or pipe, as it were,
Okay.
or as what it's about to be. Right now it's a copper sheet that he's stamping all this stuff into. And then you roll it around, weld it shut, you come over and you just go
Make a roll.
and weld it closed. Who's next? What
What's
part is next? We're gonna have now. It's time to put all of this stuff together very fast.
I had continual flame.
And
I
you-
had putting holy water and the soul itself in his
okay,
container.
so we're gonna need to have the container first,
Yep.
What am I rolling? 'Cause-
and then
agree
once
with
it's
that.
done being
Check.
heated after all this stuff, then you'll have to hold it.
Oh, it's an ability check. Okay.
Yes.
So create the container,
With
create the
with
flame inside the
efficiency.
container,
Put the.
put the soul inside of the flame.
Correct.
and
Yes. That.
Not good here. An 8.
Yes. Correct.
It's an ability check, right?
Then, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you plus your proficiency.
Oh,
Charisma check plus
Sorry.
your proficiency,
so
because it's a spellcasting check.
is that?
That's
okay.
a charisma check plus your proficiency. That's what a spellcasting check
Okay,
is.
so for that it's only a 13.
You didn't inspire yourself?
I can't.
I can give you
inspire
Flash of
myself.
Genius, so make it
Can't
an
until
18.
later.
Okay.
Okay, 18.
18. Okay.
Mine's only temporary.
You pull the soul out of your hammer and you try to grab it, and the soul begins to like escape and go psh, psh, and like spray you in the face with holy silver flame. And he's like, and it's almost can't contain it as you press down on it and push it together. It is in there, but it is not stable. It's not going to remain there for very long.
Oh, that's fine. We don't need it.
I'm gonna cast the continual flame using the rubies that I put on the inside of the copper tube
Okay.
to create a flame at the center of the tube.
Okay. Do you know the spell continual
Yeah.
flame?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just
So
Yeah, he knows it too.
his containment thing was inside.
his
the
containment thing is meant to break
Yes.
once you have it all there, so that the soul has nowhere to go.
Yeah,
Right.
mine's holding for now.
Yeah. So he's putting it in there. I'm lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
And then Argus is sealing it.
Then you got to put the
So-
water and the lenses in, and then you got to superheat it.
Yes.
Make sense?
Yep. So do
Okay.
you need a check for me to cast the spell?
Yes. I will need a spell casting check from you.
22.
22. Okay, pretty darn good. As a continual flame starts in the middle of the the tube. Now you're really out of time because this thing's about to get too hot to be able to hold. I know the continual flame doesn't make heat, but as soon as it starts to get infused with the soul, it's going to become superheated before it finally is stabilized as cool.
It's a good thing our residents.
Does that mean you're up?
Yeah, I assume that means that.
Hot hands,
Your thing
boys.
is on a timer. It's about to break. Your thing just finished, and now it's your turn to put your holy water and your spell into it.
26.
26, pretty darn good. You're able to remove the soul from your hammer. Is it a Mark III soul?
Yes.
Okay, you're able to remove the soul from your hammer and adjust at the moment that your thing breaks and disrupts. Or wait, you already did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just-
But you're able never mind. You're able to put the holy water in there and try to keep it, and it starts to boil as the container starts to rupture. You slap two lenses on either side as it becomes superheated. Thraz, you're up. Constitution check plus your proficiency.
Constitution check plus nine.
Plus your bardic if you have it, or
need it.
if you haven't used it.
I haven't because I haven't done anything yet. Okay.
This is going to be the real thing because before you roll, if this doesn't go well, you won't be able to see invisible creatures, illusions, disguise, and everything. You'll be able to see, understand the languages and the codes, but it won't work for all that
Other
other
things.
stuff.
No pressure.
Plus 5.
Right.
You get advantage at it.
You get
Yeah.
advantage on the
on the
inspiration
D10,
die.
on the
as well.
D8, yeah.
Okay, so that, and then I'm going to use a charge and bump me up to a D12 on this.
So you instead of rolling, you just roll so you re-roll the D10. Instead of rolling the D10 at all, you roll the D12.
No,
Right.
no.
To
You roll-
use my motivator die on myself for this, which I can do, I have to roll the inspiration first, as well with it. Because it says I have to have the other die on there before I can do that. For me to
Right.
add that motivator
It says
die.
when you roll it, you can instead roll a graduated one.
He's not talking about the catalytic converter.
Right.
You're not talking about the catalytic converter?
No, I'm gonna use the catalytic converter, but I'm talking about my own motivator die, TJ.
Oh, I understand. You get to add your motivator
Right.
die on top of.
Right, but
I
I have to have another die other than
It's
a
like another
D20
inspiration.
rolled
I
on
understand.
there.
Sorry, my mistake. Yes. Is that a 12?
Yes, it is. So, let me see. That is 30 plus 5 for my constitution, so 35.
35.
Plus 5.
For
A flash of genius.
genius.
So 4.
So a 40?
Yeah.
I'm stacking
At
it
least
all
mine
on.
was meant to break.
Knowing how important this one was, I was like, I'm gonna do.
You see
They didn't
Thraz
measure
hold this superheated pipe and like no tears,
Oh, twice.
full grit. He just looks in the middle distance and just as you see all this steam, flesh molting, and his cracks in his arms begin to go up to his hand and around his fingers into his fingernails, and you see it almost as if it's fighting the actual heat, creating some type of other energy force field on his hands. It goes as he casts Trucing, and his eyes crack, and a bunch of lightning-like Lichtenberg cracks appear along his eyes, and they go pure white and blue and glow this highly bright color. And as he gazes at this, you can see them like creating a flashlight torch like beam onto the superheated thing, and he grips it and squeezes it tight and then drops it, and it goes ting 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 as it starts to cool. And he just like went Super Saiyan and fucking charged the thing.
Now it looks like one of those kaleidoscope things you get out of like a children's toy.
Yes.
As he does drop it, you see there's this smoke and this voice that comes out of the tube. I see you. smoke dissipates.
Is that good or bad?
Probably.
Meh. Who knows?
Yeah.
Did that happen last time you did this?
I've never made anything with the soul.
Oh.
We've used soul energy before, but we've never put it into.
Yeah, this was definitely a first time for what we're doing here.
I've never made yeah. We never infused magic into us with the soul.
So that's another card that you have to make.
So that's another card I have to make. So
Please and thank you.
requires attunement.
Yep.
Basically comprehend languages, but works with all languages and codes. Also enables you to see invisible creatures. Someone write this down so that I have
All
it,
languages and codes.
or type it down or whatever, just so that I have a reminder because I'm gonna have to make a lot before next time.
Okay. So say this again. Requires attunement. All languages and codes.
All languages and codes can see invisible creatures, can see through illusions and disguises. And it's basically an all-seeing eye, pretty much. I don't see true seeing. Oh, and can see into the ethereal plane.
And it's
Ooh,
cursed,
you
so
can see
everything
when I
you see
teleport
looks
away.
like a big smiley face.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm assuming that took like the rest of our day.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The end part was fast, but all the preparation you took your sweet time.
Yep.
Preparing. Who is attuning to this item?
I would like to.
Do you have an attunement slot available?
Oh yeah.
It's got to be either you or Trisheni, in
Right.
my opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
If
Or
it's
we could
somewhere
give it to
that
Log
you
to
can
replace his eye patch.
I could embed it. Next time Trisheni links with Misheni,
Oh.
we can use Simic.
Also
or,
see through magical darkness.
see. It does everything.
All it needs
Okay.
is you attuned by a hammer. Just
Lobotomize
Yeah.
style.
All right. So
That's something else
just to
that
make sure,
should
since you rethought of that,
Sure.
requires attunement. All languages and codes can see invisible creatures, can see through illusions and disguises, and can see into the ethereal plane. Sees through magical darkness.
Yep, I believe that's it.
And did you get all the languages?
So is
Yep,
it
I got that right.
cursed?
But,
Just in case.
yeah, I don't know. With the doctor's voice, I'm a little bit.
Is
Weary.
the object
Yeah.
cursed?
It's another voice in my head. What's one more?
Do you have to like hold it, or is it an actual monocle? Like, how do you have to look through it like this, or
You have to look through it like you would a kaleidoscope.
so you have to have one hand free in order to actually? Okay.
But he also has contraptions where
He could
I could
double-
just
mount
go-
it on something that I could flip.
he's got like head pieces that go. So it could be something that he
He can do
creates
without
to make
hands.
it hands free.
Okay.
He's an artificer after all.
I mean, I have duct tape. Just wrap it
You
around.
look like
He doesn't have to
Ahmed.
breathe anyways, so you just.
So
Yeah.
those are all the big projects.
Yeah. What did you want to do?
I've got 2 more smaller things that I want to work on. But I don't know how much longer. That's 2 days now that we spent here. I don't know how much longer we want to spend in town.
What else did you want to do? Because it could be something that you could do while we're wrapping up for the day.
I'm gonna build a new flute, like recorder style flute. For
Oh, okay.
Meckle. I have a schematic that I drew out for him,
Sure, that's easy
Aw.
enough to do.
and then I want to start working on the energy core that
There's
will
also
go
a
into my firearm.
Okay.
My own personal custom fuel
Cool.
cell.
All right,
Hey,
let's
hey,
do.
hey, question for you.
Yeah.
So I saw something in the market the other day that I think, since you looked at making a flute for me,
Yeah.
can you have it with the option of spitting out darts? So I can play, and if I don't like an audience, I mean, if I don't, if there's a heckler, I can. No.
You hold one button or like one piece of it that stops
Like,
the airflow that direction and
The
shoots
double
the
octave
darts.
key.
I could add a dart tube
That would be awesome.
to a recorder. You just
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Perfect.
okay.
Yeah, you
That-
can do
that's-
that.
that's really
let's
kinda
do
awesome,
2
actually.
checks for that: intelligence and then dexterity.
Do you need an enhance ability for anything?
I mean, if you want to, these were just things I wanted to.
Whatever you
slowly-
want.
Maybe
Whichever
he'll
one
get
you
a
want.
magical flute dart flute.
Nat 20 on the dex,
Jesus.
so 34,
It's a self-playing dart flute.
and that's a charge.
Yep. Which I hadn't adjusted yet, so it just stays the same.
And only a 24 on the int.
Okay.
Okay, so
Um,
steel double helix spiral, and then the 2 alternate spaces. One's filled in with bone from an Umber Hulk.
oh, fun.
Its horn, like I delaminated the horn,
Sure.
and I used
Mine,
that
or
to
is
fill
this-
in. And then the other is epoxy. So spent terrazine filled epoxy, so it's clear, is the last of the 4 like spiral sides.
Nice.
Drill the holes out for it. The whistle piece, like the mouthpiece where you make the initial sound across,
Sure.
is
I can't remember what it's called, but Noel would.
the tongue is what I'm thinking of.
The reed or whatever.
Yeah,
It is.
but I mean, recorder doesn't have a
Right, but they have
but
whatever
yes,
that.
that equivalent piece is
The mouthpiece.
an amethyst
oh, nice.
that I soaked in a solution of ashes
Of your dead body.
and catalyst dust.
I don't know how I feel, but never mind. I'm good.
So I made like a
nice.
little slurry of ash catalyst dust from both Argus and the cephalomorph,
Sure.
and I soaked that amethyst in it before I'd installed it as the
Nice.
mouthpiece.
Okay, cool. So you have a new flute made out of a bunch of really cool shit.
So apparently there's also a tiny little copper tube that runs down the side of it that you can load a dart into.
So this flute is baked with the ability to be enchanted. This thing has so many circumstances attached to it. It is begging to be enchanted. But you need to find an enchanter to do that.
Yep.
I'm just more giggly. What damage does a blowgun do?
It's like a D4.
It's a D4.
Is it okay?
Until you use your fun new book of poisons and tip.
Oh, that's true. Hey, guess what? Let's go find some of that.
Deadly Nightshade.
You could make poison darts.
Thank you, Cole's Encyclopedia of.
We bought it as what pages?
Yeah.
I wonder if I can play the tambourine and the flute at the same time. Like a one-man band style.
Kinda on your hip and hold your.
If you attach the tambourine to your leg somehow.
You did the dance.
Yeah, do the one band style, pretty much. Yeah. And you wanted to make what else?
How late in the day are we getting?
It's getting late,
Okay.
but I mean, you can't really tell here.
We are in Mushroom Kingdom.
Okay.
Boing, boing.
So I will work on as much as I can before it's time for me to head back and go to bed.
Sure.
So I want to take one of the insects of blue terrazine
Okay.
and like sort of get as close to a sphere out of that as I can.
No.
Like the very tiny
Okay, turn it into some type of like orb.
BB type thing.
Sure.
And then I want to surround that with spent terrazine epoxy.
It was.
Don't do that. Don't put a shoe on the table, please.
Where'd the shoot come?
To go from like BB to marble. So blue terrazine BB with a spent terrazine epoxy marble around it.
Okay.
And then garnets. Like I want to find a bigger garnet from what we've harvested from the worms.
Sure.
And I want to make another shell that goes on the outside of that.
Is this like an ammo pellet?
No. This is like battery.
Oh, I see what you're. This is your core. for
Yes.
your- yes. Yeah, this would be something that would be easily be able to.
So I want to get at least the clear epoxy shell around the blue terrazine
Sure.
BB.
Yeah, I think you could do all of these things.
Okay.
None of this is going to require a whole hell of a lot of time as much as it's just going to require fine work.
Yep.
And you don't need to actually be here to do that fine work.
No.
You can be doing this work,
But
you know.
yeah, while we have the workshop open,
Sure.
I want to use the tools that we have here to do it.
So yeah, you're able to get almost all of that done,
Okay.
except for like just the final layer. This is something that's going to be very easily be able to take your infusions.
Okay.
It's going to receive your infusions incredibly well.
I wanted to add catalyst dust, Argus ash, and scrapings from the last dragon fang that we have in that epoxy.
Okay, I would say you'll be able to get to everything except for the dragon fang scrapings.
Do you want some ichor?
I mean, so that was like I'm mixing all of that into the epoxy marble.
Oh, the epoxy. Okay,
That I'm
so
putting
it's floating in
around.
the epoxy.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, if you want to finish this, you can finish this.
Cool.
Yeah, this can be your core if you wanted to do it. What it's going to need is some type of like jump start.
Yeah.
It's going to need some type of spark, whether that be spell energy
Yep.
or otherwise, in order for it to start to like. It's almost like the core of a planet needing to be jump started, so it starts spinning and creating an electromagnetic field.
Yep.
Great. Anything else?
Nope.
You guys accomplished everything you wanted to accomplish. You
2
guys
days.
I
rolled
saved a whole bunch of.
incredibly well.
I saved half the population of the town.
Rolling at advantage that whole time was what really got us such good rolls.
A lot of natural 20s, an insane amount of natural 20s.
Yes.
Great. You guys go back to the Angmut home,
Mm-hmm.
and you find that Trisheni is still working at scribing scrolls and
So, if Log's not back by morning, I think we gotta go look for
I
him.
still have locate creature right now.
you guys want to try to locate creature.
It's been 2
Oh,
days.
hold on a sec. I will do a run around the house, or the like on the outside to make sure he's not sleeping in a gutter.
Okay. Go ahead, roll a perception check for me.
Oh. 18.
Log is sleeping with Jorge,
Camel.
the camel.
Does the camel look upset?
You see, like, how you discover him because you see a bugbear hand, just a hand, sticking out of like a pile of hay, right next to where Jorge is like lying down next to. And you're like, do you move the hay?
If it's his hand,
Looks like his hand.
it looks like his hand or like the hand with the
It
illusion.
looks like his hand.
Okay.
His hand or one of his hands.
Well, I was referring that he's always has the illusion up.
There's one way to find out.
It looks like a bugbear hand
Okay.
that belongs to Log.
Do I hear snoring or anything?
From Jorge. It's hard to tell.
I will yell, "Hey, Argus!
What?
I think Jorge's using Log as a pillow. Or a seat?"
Okay. I'll walk over. What? Okay.
I use Mage Hand to make
I
Log's
will
hand
grab
wave.
Log's hand
Sure.
and tug a little bit. Is it solid?
It's limp, but it's solid.
Oh, freaking A. I'm gonna dimension door him into bed.
You can't.
Why?
Oh, no, you're both medium creatures.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so because you're like what, 4.5 foot, and he's 7 foot.
But we're still
Yeah,
technically.
but you're both technically medium creatures. So yeah, if you're a small creature, you can't because you have to bring a creature.
He's
your
laying
size
down.
in.
We're all the same size laying down.
So did that wake him up? What is?
Probably not.
No,
Does
it's
it
just
wake up Jorge?
I teleport him in there.
That's what Jorge does.
Okay, I'm gonna search Log for any new drugs.
You're gonna search him.
Yes.
You're gonna get
He's
a needle
passed out. I'm
prick.
gonna search him.
You see Log in all of his glory. He's
Is he
missing.
naked?
He's missing quite a bit of his clothes. He still has his cloak on. He still has his like weapons. He has all his magical stuff. He has his pack, but he's just all of, like a good 70% of his mundane clothes. He's just missing.
That's the most clothes I've ever seen on somebody who's had arcane.
I want to make sure that he has all his stuff.
Yeah, he does have all
And
his
any
stuff.
extra stuff he might have gotten.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check as you.
Don't forget to check under the eye patch.
19.
19.
With my +1 to investigation.
You look under the eye patch. There's a new piece of arcane under his eye patch that of one that was
New pouch.
a new pouch, one that wasn't already there.
What color is it?
It's clear.
Okay.
You find an orange one, a black one, and a red one. Well, I have a question for you.
He did get a 20.
How deep do you search?
So that's what I'm saying.
I'm not doing
go
a
in
cavity
cavities.
search.
Then you don't find anything else.
He has all of his
You
crap.
just find the extra clear one. That's all you find.
It's in the prison pocket.
Prison pocket.
I don't want to go in the prison pocket.
You'd have to remove the hair out of the way and everything. So
I'm not going to be mean and steal it.
That's all you find then.
Okay.
Just the clear one.
Is he breathing?
Do you reach down his loincloth and check his other stuff?
I thought he
or-
didn't have a
Why?
loincloth.
He's missing 70% of his.
I'm
clothes.
sorry, we care about consent in this campaign.
That's why I asked, how deep do you search?
Yeah, but I think
Limited
your
world of
question
consent.
was a good one.
I'm-
Is he
I'm
breathing?
making sure that he has all his crap and what new stuff he got,
Okay.
and leaving him to be.
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing?
He's breathing.
Okay.
Okay.
He's
So
breathing.
roll
He's
him on his-
snoring.
I wouldn't have been able to dimension door him if
Really
he wasn't
loud.
alive.
That's true.
Oh, so that's one way to check, I
Yep.
suppose.
That was
He's
a part of
snoring
things.
really loud. He looks like he's.
Do
Like
you have
in
a
comatose.
sleep dart?
I don't. I don't have any darts. So you're gonna have to find darts for your blowgun.
I'll go looking tomorrow.
There's a
As
lot.
you rescue Log from his hay slumber and find that he is missing quite a few of his clothes and has gained some other drugs and looks like
You don't know that?
Well, the eye
well, I
patch.
checked
got
it.
the eye
No,
patch.
he knows.
Yeah.
He gained at least one drug,
I checked him.
one dose of drug.
Well, you gave him the clear, didn't you?
He's got another clear.
Oh, okay.
And he had used that.
Oh.
And notice that it looks like 70% of his clothes are missing, with singe marks around a good portion of them.
That tracks.
The camera pans away and looks at the two girls that are slumbering in the bed together,
Both holding crossbow.
both holding crossbows. As one of them goes off in the sleep and splits just a single hair on Log's head down there. And we're going to end it for tonight there. As you guys will go to bed on the 27th and wake up on the 28th.
I'm gonna do one more thing.
Okay, what would
Oh
you like to do?
gosh.
I'm going to go over to which one is it? My cat and cast rejuvenation to get rid of her scar.
Nyset and Myset.
My set to get rid of her scar.
Okay. you
Because
get
now
rid-
that her sister is back, she does not need that to remind her.
you reach out and you quietly rest your hand upon her face at the top of her head, and you put the energy into the spell, and new hair begins to grow along the scar, and that's when the crossbow.
Yeah.
And that's when we'll end it for tonight, guys. Thank you so much. We love you very much, and as always, stay safe out there. We'll see you next time. Bye.